Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I formally declare open this council meeting of Colac Otway Shire Council on the 24th of June 2021. Can I ask that you all please stand for the opening prayer? Almighty God, we seek your blessing and guidance in our deliberations on behalf of the people of the Colac Otway Shire. Enable this council's decision to be those that contribute to the true welfare and betterment of our community. Amen. I would like to start this afternoon by acknowledging the traditional custodians and lawmakers of this land, their elders past and present, and welcome any descendants here today. I would like to advise that all council meetings are audio recorded and live streamed, with the exception of confidential matters. This includes the public participation sections of meetings. The live stream recording of this afternoon's meeting will be placed on the website as soon as practical. By participating in open council meetings, individuals consent to the use and disclosure of the information they share at the meeting, including any personal and/or sensitive information. Please note that it is an offence to make an unauthorised recording of the meeting. Can I ask that council staff record all those present today? Now moving on to question time. Colac Otway Shire encourages community input, and integral to this is the opportunity provided to ask questions at council meetings. A maximum of 30 minutes is allowed for question time. I'll start by indicating that I've received questions in writing from Mr James Judd and Mr Jason Schramm. Following written questions to council, I will then invite others from the community members present. Can I get an indication of whether Mr Judd and Mr Schramm, they're both here? Anyone who is not in attendance will not have their questions read out in accordance with council's governance rules. Question 1 from Mr James Judd. Now that the state government has handed down its 2021-2022 state budget, has council yet been advised if the pensioner rebate on the prime resident rate are paid on will continue to be granted, also will be adjusted to what was allowed in the 2020-2021 year? Response, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Thanks for your question, Mr Judd. Council has not yet received advice from the state government regarding the pensioner rate concession. It is assumed the concession will continue to be provided as there has been no indication to the contrary.
Question 2. Now that the Victorian State Government has handed down its budget for 2021-2022, when will the Colac Otway Shire Council know how much land it will actually receive at the old Colac High School site? Plus, how much will council have to pay to obtain this land? Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. Council will acquire 4.483 hectares of the former Colac High School site, jointly through an open space contribution of 2.483 hectares and purchase 2 hectares. The cost to purchase the 2 hectares of land is $190,000. The Victorian Government has commenced the design process for the new Colac Specialist School, which will determine the amount of land required for the new school. Once the design process has progressed to a stage where land requirements are determined, Council will be in a better position to understand if any further land is available.
Question 3. When will the Colac Otway Shire Council give a definitive undertaking to spend money and do works to fix the shocking drainage systems in the urban areas of Colac Limonite? The drainage systems have been in need of an urgent upgrade for well over a decade, plus Council has been well aware of this fact for a long time and been reminded many times. Also, the problems increase every time additional buildings are added without a major drainage upgrade in this area, as buildings and roads drastically increase the speed of runoff after a rain event. Response, General Manager, Environment and Infrastructure.
Through you, Mayor. Council has a recurrent annual drainage renewal program, and in the 21-22 financial year, Council will spend $350,000 on renewal and upgrade of drainage infrastructure across the Shire, which is carried out in addition to minor maintenance and repairs. Council is aware of the increased frequency of localised flooding and considers these factors in the design of the drainage network. A number of roads have been identified in the current and coming years as priorities for design and renewal or upgrade based on the frequency and severity of flooding and the condition of the drainage assets. The Colac Stormwater Development Plan also gives us guidance on the existing drainage hotspots that require attention in Colac, and these works total some $8 million in value. In addition to this, and in relation to new development, there are two key factors. The first is that new development in Colac to realise the Colac 2050 vision will be guided by the Colac Stormwater Development Plan, and this gives us guidance on the location and type of major stormwater infrastructure which will be required, such as stormwater retention and treatment. The second is that the drainage for new developments is designed by experienced and qualified engineers, and those designs are reviewed by council's engineers who have the big picture in their minds. In this way, we can be assured that the provision of drainage in the future will be well aligned with best practice.
Thank you. Question 4. The dispute between the Geelong Library management and staff over wages that reduced services being available in the serviced area, once settled, if this results in cost increases to the library network, will this impact on current and future costs to the Colac Otway Shire once we move our library services over to the Geelong Library network? So no longer term planning on actual costs can be made on costs of library services. Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. The Geelong Regional Library Corporation received official notice from the Australian Services Union that ASU members employed by the organisation would start protected industrial actions from Thursday the 20th of May 2021. The Geelong Regional Library Corporation will continue to engage in the enterprise bargaining agreement process in good faith and in a way that is sustainable for its organisation and its member councils. The outcome of this will not be known for some time, and therefore council does not have an understanding at this point in time of potential cost implications.
Our final question. To claim the footpath outside the baby health clinic in Queen Street, Colac, is not dangerous means those who do checking do not walk around much because the cracks and holes are wide and deep enough that a heel could sink into these gaps and cause people to fall when some people still wear high-heeled shoes. Council does not want to be reported to other authorities because it refuses to maintain in a safe condition facilities outside its own operating addresses. Far more money must be paid out to upgrade the drainage system and the footpaths every year, not just call for another report and we will consider it when received. Response, General Manager, Environment and Infrastructure.
Through the Mayor, Council has inspected the footpath outside the health clinic on 2 occasions during March this year. The first was a routine inspection and the second inspection was undertaken in response to a customer request. While the footpath condition does not exceed the intervention levels outlined in our road management plan, due to the concern raised and the location outside the health centre, Council has scheduled the replacement of this section of path in 21-22 as part of the annual footpath renewal program.
Thank you. Now move on to questions from Jason Schramm, Colac. Question 1. Questions relating to item 10.3, adoption of the 2021-2022 budget. It states in point 1 of the officer recommendation, having considered all submissions received, adopts the 2021-2022 budget and subsequent 3 financial years, subject to adopting Council's 10-year financial plan in 21-22. Annexed to this resolution as attachment 1 in accordance with section 94 and 96 of the Local Government Act 2020. I ask, how is this accurate when councillors still have not received sufficient information to make an informed decision relating to a public written and verbal submission regarding a business case for additional PowerPoints? Response, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through the Mayor, Council has been provided with an initial cost estimate for the power points on the lake foreshore. Should Council consider this item a priority, it could be considered as a result of a budget review during 2021-22 budget year.
1B, considering in an officer's response to the PowerPoint submission, there are 2 master plans that detail these improvements. How on earth do council officers not know the details or costs of this business case to give to councillors, and why is 2 weeks not enough time for the submissions meeting to this meeting to get this information? Response, General Manager, Environment and Infrastructure.
Through the Mayor, council officers have made a current estimate of the cost to install power supply on the lake foreshore, and this information has been provided to councillors to assist their decision making.
Question 1C. Are councillors also aware that as part of the community consultation stated in the report, as the community was invited to submit business cases relating to the 21-22 financial year and beyond, stakeholders were able to submit their ideas and business cases via an online survey that I submitted a business case for additional PowerPoints? If not, why? And surely if this was serious community consultation and not just a token gesture, why do council officers not have the costings available for councillors as this was submitted several months ago? Response, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through the Mayor, Council received 50 online survey submissions and 3 in hard copy. Of the 53 submissions, 27 eventuated in business cases for consideration in the 2021-22 budget process. All business cases were prioritised for consideration. Officers, when assessing the business case for additional power points on the lake foreshore, commented that it would be considered when completing plans and concepts for a regional play space. The business case did not make the cut for the 21-22 budget.
Question 1D. Is Council aware that the public at the submissions meeting could see the General Manager of Finance gesturing wildly with shaking and nodding gestures, indicating staff was not wanting to make any changes to the budget? Response, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through the Mayor, I'm not aware of gesturing wildly with shaking and nodding gestures. I am aware, however, of nodding my head with genuine disappointment at the proposition of budget changes at this late stage, but I acknowledge it is certainly within Council's remit to introduce changes should it feel it is necessary.
1E. Is asking for submissions from ratepayers just to tick a box, a token gesture, or just a bit of lip service to the ratepayer, as staff have not given councillors any additional or substantial information to make any changes to the budget as indicated in the report? Response, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through the Mayor, the Council budget process is an 8-month process that commences in November and is finalised in June. There have been a number of opportunities for councillors and the community to have input into the content of the budget. Councillor business cases were opened on the 16th of November 2020 and closed on the 11th of December 2020. An online community survey was run from the 23rd of November 2020 to the 7th of December 2020, and 53 submissions were received. This was advertised on the Council's Facebook site, newspapers and community newsletters. There were letters to community groups seeking input in January 2021, and 1 submission was received from the Colac Chamber. And council officers had a full day with councillors on the 17th of March 2021. Under Section 94(1)(a) of the Local Government Act 2020, a council must prepare and adopt a budget for each financial year and the subsequent 3 financial years by the 30th of June each year. Noting the effort that is put towards constructing a budget and the time constraints as a result of legislation, it is impossible to make significant material changes to the budget at this late stage and meet the 30th of June deadline.
Question 1F. Why were submissions not included in the agenda report? They were included in agenda item 10.2. Response, General Manager, Corporate
Through the Mayor, council officers did not think it was necessary to include the submissions in the agenda report as they had been provided to councillors and the public generally for the submissions committee meeting.
Okay. There are further questions from Mr. Schramm, but due to time, I'll go to questions from the floor, and then if time permits, at the end, I'll continue reading Mr. Schramm's questions. But in fairness to the people that have come here today, I'll take questions from the floor before moving potentially onto those other questions. Can I have an indication of people who'd like to ask a question? Miss Francis, and then Mr. Webber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I have permission to remove my mask? Thank you. Because 131 Great Ocean Road, Apollo Bay, has been listed under the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act of Victoria, I ask, is the harbour or any other commercial property so listed and situated on or near the sand dunes? And what assistance can council offer property owners to make a feature of their listings to compensate for the development restrictions that are attached to such listings?
I'll ask Mr. Surin, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. I might have to take that one on notice, if that's okay, and get back to you, Yvonne. Yeah, there's a significant number of properties that are covered by cultural heritage considerations, so we'll take that on notice and get a response to you.
Thank you. As an aside, may I thank the people who found my notes and placed them outside. I was here early in the day and misplaced them. I would like to, this is my question number 2, I would like to reiterate my thanks to Council for the assistance offered to residents of Montrose Avenue, Apollo Bay, with the problem of unrestrained cats, and ask when can we expect a thorough cat strategy to be implemented for the whole town by Council, rather than dealing with several scattered locations where actions have been implemented to protect biodiversity at great expense to the residents or by persistent lobbying by the residents.
Thanks for your question. I'll ask Mr. McGann, General Manager, Environment and Infrastructure, to respond.
Through the Mayor, and thank you for the question. We are in the process of reviewing our domestic animal management plan this year, and that may go some way to addressing Ms. Francis' concerns. What I might do, though, is to some extent take the question on notice, and our staff will make contact after the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Webber?
Tony Webber, Otway Forum. Several years ago, probably 7 years ago, we had a Chief Executive Officer's report at the beginning of the council agenda. It was abandoned at that stage. I would ask the council if they could consider reintroducing it. It was a good rundown of what had happened in the last month.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Webber, and through you, Mayor. As you're probably well aware, you'll have a new CEO in August, and I think that's a fair question to put to her and to the council. But we must bear in mind that the council meeting is a meeting for councillors, and officers are here to provide reports, advice, and carry out the actions of councillors. So I'd like a bit of understanding as to why it was done in the past. I haven't seen that done at other councils, and also to understand why it stopped happening. So we'll certainly pass on your suggestion to Anne Howard, and she can talk to council about that in August.
Thank you. A second question, a number of councillors went to Canberra in the last few days. Maybe we could have a bit of rundown on what the experience was like.
I'm happy to give a brief rundown, and then Councillor Potter is the delegate for the ALGA. But it was an opportunity to network with other people from other councillors around the entire country. It was a conference that had a number of, really good credentialed speakers, but it was also a really good opportunity to meet at Parliament House with our federal member, Dan Tehan, along with other councillors and executives from the councils within his electorate. So it was just another opportunity for us to push the key priorities of our council, the issues that we're having, what's going well, areas of a challenge. And we also met with Libby Coker, the member for Corangamite, and it was a good chance to, even though she might not end up being our, in the future might not be, or Apollo Bay might move out of Corangamite, it was another really good opportunity to meet with her as well. Councillor Potter, you might want to make a comment as the delegate.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Mr Weber, it was my intention to prepare a short report for all councillors, summarising what we did, and also invite the Colac Herald to talk to myself and the Mayor, just so we can advise the broader public if the Herald was interested in running a short story on it. We did receive a number of presentations in relation to emergency management, racism, the housing shortage, and quite a variety of topics, and a number of motions from councils across Australia were debated in relation to some of those issues as well.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to ask a question? Are there any other questions from the floor? Any other questions? Okay, we do still have some time of question time, so I might return to Mr Schramm's questions as they relate to the budget, and that's on the agenda today. Question 2, which has a few parts to it. Questions relating to item 10.4, Business and Community Support Package, relating to the officer recommendation 5B, 30,000 for council to employ an arts officer for 6 months. 2A, how is allocating ratepayer money to support business and community to even more employee costs, additional to the 21.7 million already allocated, benefiting anyone but Colac Otway Shire staff? Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. Community arts groups have advocated to council for progression of actions from the Arts and Culture Strategy 2018 to 2022, which would assist the COVID recovery of the commercial and community arts sector. This position will assist these arts groups in project management and delivery of the strategy actions.
2B, doesn't Colac Otway Shire already employ enough officers to look after arts and recreation and deliver the adopted strategy? Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. Council has not had an officer dedicated to arts facilitation since pre-2010. The officers working in recreation and also at COPAC do not have the capacity to also factor external arts facilitation and delivery of the arts and culture strategy into their roles.
2C, if Council adopts this ridiculous resolution, is there any money in the budget just adopted to fund expenses for this position other than wages and super? Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
This is a facilitation role. There will not be additional project consultation and delivery costs associated with the position.
2D, wouldn't the Council be better off to allocate the money for more small arts and entertainment grants, as the previous allocation was oversubscribed and delivered measurable outcome that helps stimulate this sector? Response, General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. Community arts groups are eligible to apply to Council's annual grants program, from which there is remaining funding for the 2021-22 financial year, subject to the Council resolutions at tonight's meeting.
2E, why does the CEO and officers constantly waste ratepayer money on more and more staff? Response, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr Schramm, and through you, Mayor. Well, we don't waste money on more and more staff. As the CEO, I'm very conscious of taking every opportunity for this organisation to become more efficient, which often means introducing more modern work practices and, as a consequence, not needing so many administrative staff. On this basis, a number of positions have not been filled in the last 3 years. Any additional staff that have been appointed have been basically in 4 categories. There are additional resources for staff through a council budget, and that of recent times has been particularly in the planning area. Externally funded positions such as our aged care service. Replacing contract staff with directly engaged staff, which has produced considerable efficiencies and advantages, particularly in program management and at our service and ops depot. And introducing traineeships and apprenticeships and ensuring that we have a workforce that moves along with the times. I think it's important to remember that graders don't drive themselves. Providing personal care to older people cannot be done by robots. To complete a funding application for a government grant will take a minimum of a week's worth of time for an officer and possibly longer. The staff that work here all work hard, and they have demonstrated their commitment to the community and this organisation through the difficult COVID experience of 2020. Like any business, council cannot provide the services this community deserves without appropriate staff being engaged.
To F, there is plenty of staff at Colac Otway Shire to deliver objectives in this strategy already without needing more. Why did the COPAC manager or staff not deliver some of this strategy while it was shut down for months during COVID lockdowns? While the COPAC staff redeployed or stood down during these shutdowns and not thrown onto the strategy to deliver? After all it states in the report, this position could be filled internally without needing $30,000 to fund an external position. Response General Manager, Development and Community Services.
Through you, Mayor. During the COVID lockdown, COPAC staff were redeployed to other areas of council. Staff costs at COPAC are partly offset by revenue generated from the facility. When COPAC closed due to COVID restrictions, there was no budget for staff to undertake alternative work. COPAC is an arts and cultural centre venue business and not responsible deliverer of the Arts and Culture Strategy 2018 to 2022. Mr Schramm is incorrect in his statement referring to the report stating the position can be filled internally without additional funding.
Now, there is a couple more minutes left of question time, and I just want to make sure everyone has their chance to ask a question. Are there any further questions from the gallery? Would anybody like to ask an additional question? Okay, if that's the case, thank you. Thank you for all the people that submitted questions and asked questions. Okay, I'll now ask that we a councillor moves that we suspend standing orders so that we can hear from. Oh, we've got to do the minutes first. Sorry. I note that we have nil petitions or joint letters. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. In relation to item number 10.5, category 2, items 5 and 19, I have a declaration of interest in that applications for grants were made by the Colac RSL sub-branch, and I currently serve on the committee of that organisation.
Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd also like to declare a conflict of interest in relation to item 10.5, recommendation. I'm not sure, my thingy just died here. Conflict arises because I received a disclosable gift in the form of a campaign donation from the Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Okay, I propose that we move to confirm the minutes from the council meeting held on the 24th of May 2021 and the minutes from the special council meeting held on the 16th of June 2021. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCracken. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.1, deliberative community engagement panel recommendation. It is our intention to suspend standing orders to hear from representatives of the deliberative community engagement panel. I move that standing orders be suspended for up to 30 minutes to enable us to hear from representatives of the deliberative community engagement panel, during which questions from councillors can be put. Councillors, do I have a mover? Councillor Hart, the seconder, Councillor Potter. Oh, Councillor Hart, we only need it's a procedural, we only need a mover. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Representatives of the Deliberative Community Engagement Panel in attendance today are Amy Walker, Michael Langdon, Simon Rayment and Kylie Hughes. Thank you very much for attending today, and thank you very much for your time. I'll hand over to you, Tamsin.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to double check, do you want us to stand for this, or are you happy for us to remain seated?
I'm happy for you to sit.
Okay, yep. Thank you. So just a short preamble before we hand over to our panel. And the other thing I just thought I'd note is thank you for introducing the panellists that are here. We actually have one other panellist in the audience. Kevin Crabb has come along to support his fellow panellists. So it's great to have Kevin here with us as well. So just a quick explanation to set the scene. The new Local Government Act of 2020 included a requirement for deliberative community engagement as part of the development of the council plan, the 2050 community vision in our case, and a couple of other plans, finance plan and asset plan. So council delivered on our obligation during April and May via the recruitment of a 24-person independently recruited panel, and they came together from across our shire across 3 weekends, so 3 full Sundays they gave to us, plus some evenings, to deliberate on a range of topics that council asked them to focus in on. Today we have 4 of those representatives to hand down their recommendations to council for your consideration. Now, the panel focused on a couple of things. They began by refining our 2050 community vision on the basis of the feedback that we'd received from our community through community engagement, but also bringing in their own community knowledge and passions into that vision as well. The other thing that they deliberated on was some key challenges that council identified as part of a councillor workshop. And it was centred around a remit. So each panel, every time a deliberative panel comes together, they are shaped by a remit. And we developed this remit in consultation with the councillors. And I'll read that out just to explain the context. The remit was, council plans and community visions set direction for council. The reality is that we can't do everything. We want to ensure our strategic planning reflects what is most important to the future of our community. What should council focus on in the next 4 years and out to 2050? So that shaped their discussions, and then we had 3 key questions or dilemmas for the panel to deliberate on as well. And that was related to the environment, to housing, and some of the challenges we're experiencing in housing, and also related to assets and services, council's assets and services. And they will, this group will present more on their findings in those areas. So from here, and just before we hand over to the panel, we just wanted to acknowledge the generosity of their time, how focused they were and how committed they were to coming up with some really great outcomes out of this panel process, the way they came together and really earnestly gelled to get great results, and just the skills and backgrounds and knowledge that they also brought to the process. We were really super impressed and appreciative of everything that they gave. Having said that, we're really pleased to introduce Michael, Amy, Simon and Kylie. I think we're going to start with Simon, then we'll go to Michael, then we'll go to Amy and Kylie. Oh, I think there's going to be a bit of swapping, but they know what they're doing, so over to them.
Is that okay? Do I have to speak into there? Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm new to this. So thanks, Tamsin. Yes, I am Simon. I've met some of you. You came along to some of our sessions, which was great. Didn't know what to expect, and by the end of it, everyone was very positive and appreciative to be able to be involved. So a little bit about myself. Moved to Australia 10 years ago with my wife and 2 daughters, and all is going well. I have a house in Lavers Hill, which we are renovating, and I've had that for 3 years. And that's about it. I work in sales. I'm currently on annual leave and do not shave during that time. So I'll start to go through this. I'm sure there will be questions as we go through. I'm happy for you to interrupt as I go. So the panel recommendations, broad principles. Economy, we touched on. Encourage investment and funding in the economy. Make the Shire a destination, not a gateway. And leverage the tourist potential, including Indigenous and pioneer history. Encourage and reward a culture of innovation, business, farming and tourism. And make innovation easier. Do you want anything on that economy explained, or happy to move on to environment? Thanks. Environment, consider impact on the environment and environmental sustainability in all decision making. Celebrate and promote our unique natural assets. Community, provide a range of opportunities for young people so those that want to can stay, and those that leave for education, travel or work want to come back to the Shire. Provide housing and land options to enable our community to grow. Maximise efficient use of community assets. Improve education, health and wellbeing outcomes. Ensure the safety and connectivity of our community is at the heart of decision making. All good so far? Great. Overarching recommendations. Council to develop a strategic growth plan for growth across the Shire. This will consider all aspects of growth, including assets and services, infrastructure, housing and environmental sustainability. In developing a strategic growth plan, the following needs to be considered, actioned. Improve advocacy and leadership, working with other authorities and land use, drive improved education, health and wellbeing outcomes, less red tape, facilitate development and streamline planning processes, more resources to enable planning, for example, infrastructure analysis to ensure good quality, good management, need a can-do progressive attitude and efficient procedures. Council to invest in resources and skills in grant writing and lobbying to leverage additional funds. I will now hand over, if there's no questions, to my new friend Michael.
Thank you. And also thanks very much for the council to being so brave as to actually put it out there to another community group to give more input into all of the council plans and the work that you're doing. It's terrific. A very brief, my background has been in education and training, been either a school principal or a CEO of a training department. organisation, also on hospital boards, and I'm now a semi-retired and moved to Apollo Bay, love Apollo Bay. I'm part-time at Apollo Bay at the moment and eventually will be full-time, and also have a couple of small businesses now that I run. So it's a little bit of background. I'm just going to quickly talk about the housing recommendations. We've got 4 recommendations for council arising out of this, and 2 advocacy ones. Advocacy meaning that we know that you can't do everything yourselves, or you may not have the overarching power to be able to do it. So therefore it's an advocacy role. So the first one was that the council to make a planning process more user-friendly, including educating the community about the different options available. What we mean by that is around reviewing and refining the information materials, or ensuring that our staff are really customer focused. We're not saying they're not, but what that really implies is it's an ongoing process and ongoing training. So really to help, so we can help people, help our residents through the process, and also to help streamline that planning process. The second recommendation was that council to rezone more land for housing development and facilitate the development of existing residential zoned areas. And as we all know, there is now a severe lack of rentals, not just a lack. And if you've been to Apollo Bay lately, you'll know that in every, well, you could say, I was going to say every one, but every second shop window has a vacancy in there that they cannot fill. And so that might be because we don't have as many itinerant workers. But the other side is a letter by the Chamber of Commerce has been sent around to all households asking, have you got any rental accommodation? You can now turn from holiday to long term, because we have 12 people who can't start jobs here, from a CEO to lots of other positions, without accommodation. So it is severe. And your research says that we have an ageing population and that younger families are generally moving into new homes. If we want to encourage younger families, we therefore need more new homes or new land to be able to do that. And which will also help the council's budget, because that will give us a larger rate base, therefore a larger revenue base. The third recommendation was to explore a greater diversity of housing options, especially in Colac, Apollo Bay and so on. So there is a range of higher density, smaller block size, including community housing, multi-level, tiny housing, granny flats, etc. Because not everyone wants a big yard. If there are 2 working professional people, might be too busy to be able to do that, or and some renters actually don't want large yards either. And there's also to promote the ability for people to have granny flats on their property. And that's not just for the granny people, for their aged relatives, but also maybe for young people who want to leave home but can't find an accommodation, might be able to move into that granny flat out the back for a little while, and keeps the younger person still in our community. The other one was, the fourth recommendation is to update the small town and coastal housing strategy that was done in 2011, a decade ago, and particularly looking at more housing in smaller towns, so that people can commute maybe across to the larger towns, or at least provide for people who want to work in those smaller towns. The last 2 areas under housing were the advocacy role, around the leadership role, and we're asking council to advocate for innovative design approaches and principles, that is, more sustainable housing options. And we're not saying legislating for that so that houses are more expensive, because as we know, houses are more and more expensive, but it's really to encourage people to, when they are building homes, to think about the sustainability options that they could have. And the last recommendation, the advocacy one, is around council advocating for more transport and accommodation options for workers, so that people can live in one area and travel more easily to work in another, along the coast particularly. This may be provided by the state government or collectives of businesses, but it actually needs someone, maybe a council, to be able to advocate on behalf of those, to be able to get that together and happening. And the other one is to be able to provide temporary housing for industry workers, particularly if we're trying to attract industry to our local shire. We might be needing to work with those industries around how can we provide temporary housing for your workers until they actually get to the stage where they can buy their own or build their own. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Michael? I've got a question. Thank you very much. You mentioned planning and making it more user-friendly. So during the panel, during your sessions, did anything sort of rise to the surface of, what those issues were or what that might look like, more friendly sort of planning?
I think it came back to, there were two points, and others on the panel might be able to say that what they might have heard as well. We all hear different things, as you know. The two that I did, one of them was the length of time it takes to get something through planning. And so that's about customer service and helping people understand what the process is, help people step them through the process to try and help to move that process along, essentially, so that it doesn't take 2 years or whatever to be able to do that, so they can actually get things through planning a lot quicker. The other one was is trying to, the people are saying, well, they don't actually understand the planning process, was something, one of the things that came up. And so, how do you deal with that? And someone said, well, maybe we need people to be more customer friendly, but it also gets around, that gets around to how can we actually get out to our local community, the how-to. And it might be something on your website on what are the steps, how do you do that or whatever. It wasn't actually, it wasn't pointed at council staff saying they're not customer friendly. It was actually about how can we improve these services to help the planning process move along.
Did you? Well, I'll finish this. No worries. Yeah, that's okay. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that question. That was all. But it was about the awareness, as I understood it as well, wasn't it? So I think a lot of people may be sitting on these properties and don't know what they're allowed to do, or it was bringing awareness around what their opportunities could be, whether that be subdivision or something like that. I'm going to move on to environment recommendations. So council to lead by example, modelling innovation and best practice. And our examples to that were zero emissions. So could the council fleet, their little vans, their cars, whatever, could they be electric? Can you lead by example by your day-to-day, how you run your business maybe? Just one idea. Waste management, recycling, use of recycled materials and waste to energy opportunities. And that brought up a massive discussion then that had to be managed because it was taking over the day, I believe, because that is we know there's a big cost when it comes to that, and you don't really do you really get a return for this recycling, or are you just seen to be doing the right thing? So I think we came up against a bit of a goalpost there. Educate and encourage the community and business to adopt sustainable living. Environmentally friendly building, insulation, solar alternative resources and water management. I think we also said about that would be how do you incentivise somebody to want to build the house that way? So is it pushing it through planning quicker if you're building a house in that way? So it's going to have this star rating, your planning will get approved first, sort of thing. Consult with Indigenous people as appropriate, i.e. historical land management. Can we learn from how they manage the land, whether that be from a bushfire point of view or flood or water management? Implement an active transport strategy that includes a bike path strategy. This probably goes back to the discussion, there was a big discussion around the lake, because the lake's so big it needed a big discussion. We felt that was a big asset that wasn't used, and that brought up other issues about whose actual responsibility is the lake, and is it this local council, or is it your hands are tied from certain things you want to do? We had ideas of what it could look like, or how do we make people want to go there, and is that a bike path? Another idea was to green the towns by asking people to sponsor and plant trees, and then they could have the Raymond family plaque there if they wanted to walk up there with their grandchildren and find their own plaque. And ensure the emergency management strategy is responsive to the challenges of climate change. That was another talking point, climate change. Develop a strategy to maximise the efficient use of water and drought-proof the Shire. I then have environment advocacy recommendations. to state government for incentives, subsidies toward Energy Star rating for industry, business and domestic. I did touch on that a little bit earlier. A master plan for Lake Colac to clean up, improve and streamline control and management of the lake. Maintain the Great Ocean Road and protect coastal towns, including Apollo Bay, from sea level rise and coastal inundation. Anyone need anything on that? Happy to move on.
Councillor Hart has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for all your input in your presentation today. I'm wondering what you think, if you came up with any ideas in terms of the climate change issue. Is it dealing with the effects of climate change, or do you think the council has a role in helping the community to change what they do? I was just wondering if you'd teased out whether there was any particular focus.
I think we wanted to realise that this was to 2050 and not just be focused by next year or the year after and the immediate term of the council, I guess, as it is the 2050 plan. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's more community. I don't even need a mic, I'm that loud. Yeah, I think it was more community, and that we want people to, where they can use solar power, climate change is happening. And I think that's what we really were we were more actively, I think, about community so much that it's happening. And if we can get people to have the initiatives to get solar and all that sort of stuff, that's what we touched base on, I think. That's what I got from it.
And a lot of those, as you know, are state government, federal government initiatives as well around all the incentives and other things, and also providing a lot of advertising for it. And your question's a really good one. What can council themselves do, and is there a focus for council around that? And part of that came down to one of the things that was just mentioned was around providing the what's the exact wording, was around the leadership side of it in a role model is what you're talking about. So things like, and it may be more expensive, so you have to weigh it up and think, okay, in what areas can we do this and which ones won't we because of cost? But it could be things like recycled plastic for bollards or seating that we use in the public. And you had the example there about an electric vehicle. So we can't afford all council vehicles to be electric, but we might have one of them to be able to go around saying, this is what you might be able to do. Or council actually promoting putting up points where you can plug your car in and things like that. So it was more around that type of promotion about walking the talk, not just being out there and telling everyone things. That's really...
Can I just ask one question about the environment? I know in the discussions and when I sat in on some of the sessions, there was lots of discussion around waste, and as you know, it's a really huge expense for the Shire and expense for individuals, and there was a lot of talk about using recycled materials. But how big was the discussion about waste reduction? Like actually, trying to get people to, not maybe buy as much or reusing...
and packaging, and where do you put it? It's a good point. The amount of cardboard boxes that get delivered to my house with 2 daughters is ridiculous. So, yeah, we're all responsible for that. I don't think the conversation went that way.
No, they were talking about, like you just said, about what do we do about waste recycling with all our rubbish bins and all our rubbish, what do we do with that? And there was a bit of discussion around some of the tables around, is there any way that we can actually do any of that locally ourselves, maybe even to produce power or whatever, but it was, it just seemed like a large issue that would be a very expensive one. And so people were talking about, well, why don't we go and see what other people are doing around the world and how they actually do treat their waste, without sending it off somewhere else or filling up the land. Maybe there is a way that we can do it to turn it into energy or some other form. But it didn't really come back out of another recommendation out of that though. But that's around what the discussion was, I think, is it?
Yeah, but the part of not having it in the first place is actually a really good point to reduce it, and that we didn't do that. So there was going to be 4 of us speaking, just if you're wondering why I'm talking so much, and 2 can't be here for ill health, so that's me and Michael, and then we're going to hand over to you guys. Are you handing over to me now?
Okay.
Oh, have I finished?
No, so the last you have?
Yeah, I think it was Michael.
Yep, yes, assets, yes, right. Thanks. Thanks, Simon. So assets and services recommendations, and we had 3 main recommendations from there and 1 around advocacy. So the 3 to do with maximising community use of assets and services, and if underutilised, consider consolidation. The first one was consider assets and services decisions in line with the strategic growth plan, so it's all tied together. The second one was a large one and a number of ideas in there, and the first was around consolidate and focus the Shire's assets and service responsibilities by assessing, so not just thinking about it from a economic rationalist point of view, if you want to talk in those figures, not just by whether or not we can afford to maintain it, but what value does that asset provide to the health, the education, the economy, and our community's connectedness. So all of those areas. Who uses it, how often, and what's the cost to maintain? Sometimes a hall, for example, might not be used very much, but for that small community, that half a dozen times that it's used really promotes that connectedness in their community. Who uses it, how often? Yes, identify opportunities for co-location and consolidation. Identify competitive advantage and model investment, and identify missed opportunities. In other words, what do we want our region to be known for? And we're not here to answer that for you, but it's, you know, is it our lake? Is it our diverse environments that we have from this side of the mountain range to what's in our Otways to the other side? And the last one was there was a lot of discussion, I can tell you, amongst the whole 25 people that were there around this last one, because there were people saying, well, we shouldn't be selling off our assets. It was where it really came from. And then there was a lot of discussion around, well, yeah, but what do you do then? How can you afford that? And what do we do today? So it was around throwing it to council really to say, it would be great if you could develop a caretaker model, to come up with a model to support community management and delivery of assets and services. So with that hall or the park or the tennis court or the play areas, what might that model look like? Might it look like for the next 10 years someone has responsibility for it, whether it's a Rotary Club or a tennis club or whatever group it is, or environmental group or something, and then the model would be how do we support them to be able to be successful with that? So that then as our community grows, it might be 10 years time or whatever, the council can then take charge of that asset again, because you still have it, but it's on a 1 year, $1 a year lease or whatever it is, so that you can take charge of that asset again and then refurb or do what you need to it, but you've got the piece of land, you've got the asset, and as the community grows, you may not be able to buy that block of land or that asset back again. So that's where that came from, that caretaker model. And the third recommendation was to invest in a specialist data analyst, or more than one. Why? We've got 2 main reasons why to do that for you. One of them is a budgetary one, which is around helping you to support your funding applications. As we all know, if you put a funding application in, you really need to have lots of data behind that to support your application. And it really is a specialist area. In fact, we had someone on our committee who was a data analyst talking about all the different ways that they were, and the skills and things that they can bring to something like that. Not that she was after a job, but she was just saying what a data analyst does, which is very, very interesting. And then the second one was to develop a decision matrix supported by the data, which can include the use of the data prioritised based on demand, demographic data, community input like surveys, information from interest groups like the Chamber of Commerce and others, environmental impacts, social impacts, value for money, cost-benefit analysis type thing. So really, the council then has all of this data and they're able to then make informed decisions from that. So it's to help you make informed decisions, and the other way is to help you submit grant applications or even funding from federal and state government. And the last one, which was, again, looking for from a leadership role, knowing that you don't have full control of it, so you can't actually make all the decisions, but the leadership role in bringing people together to do something about it, which is around advocacy. And the advocacy with this for under services and assets was to advocate for funding to enhance key community assets like the lake. There was so much talking around the lake with everyone, seen as a great community asset, but you don't control it. But the council, how can we do things together to be able to actually make that asset much more so? And the second area was around services. And what leadership role do you play around services? What do we mean by that? Part of it comes out of the statistics that came with all of your information that you had. Statistics around, 8% of your people from the Colac area attend university, whereas from the state, the average is 36%. 23% of your finish year 11 in the state, whereas only 10% do here. So 56% less. 50% less people in this region complete year 12. Our obesity rate is 50% higher than the state average. Our psychological distress is 25% higher. You know all the stats, but what we're saying is you haven't got a lot of control over that. But under a leadership or an advocacy role, are you able to advocate to the local community service providers, education providers at all levels, and say, what are we doing about this? What can we do this as a community? Because these are our young people who are going to grow into young adults and be our community leaders of tomorrow. So that's an advocacy role. Thank you.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. This is great. Excellent stuff. Thank you. I've had a bit of concern that the coastal issues perhaps have been, or coastal representation on the panel is been short, and there are some issues that mightn't have got identified and discussed. And given that the coast is sort of about 1/3 of our resident and rate base, do you think the coastal issues were identified and discussed enough during your deliberations?
I don't know the number, but just from my recollection, I think there were probably, were there 25 people, so, and whether there were 4 people from 5 people?
Yeah, well, from the bottom half of the Shire, there was 7.
7 out of, yeah, okay.
That was up to Laters Hill as well.
Okay, so not all from the coast. So probably 5 of those would have been from the coast out of, so that's probably a quarter. And then you've got other ones who were then on the ranges and whatever, and then the other from this side. So, I think, well, everyone else can talk about it, but there's certainly people who are talking about things like, as you can see in here, talking about we've got such a shortage of housing around Apollo Bay. We talked about stopping the inundation. We talked about the highway and making sure that is a great asset. We don't want it closed. We don't want tolls on it. We want to make sure it's there for the future to bring people to our region. So, yeah, there was a lot of discussion around that.
It's probably important to note that it could seem to people outside that it's very Colac-centric, when in fact it isn't. Obviously I'm from Laters Hill and there's lots of people on the panel from different villages all around, so we did keep bringing it back, and Peter and everyone helping us through with, remember this is the Shire, this isn't Colac, this is the Shire. So we did touch on other areas. Yeah, there's a little bit about the road erosion, isn't there, the Great Ocean Road? And it was a random select as well, so, and I guess not everyone's going to be available who were randomly selected, so you were lucky to get us.
Apparently so. I think so. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think Kylie's next.
Okay. Okay, Kylie's going to speak about her experience being on the panel and how it felt and what it meant.
Hello, I'm Kylie. I live at Elf. I'm a single mum with 2 boys, so it has been a bit tough. So my experience being on the panel, I loved it. I love being part of the panel. It was a fantastic experience. It gave me courage to be able to talk within a group and in front of a group, because I've never ever been able to do that. I love being part of the 2050 panel, as I got to work with people throughout the Colac community and as well as the Colac Otway Shire team. We worked hard to make decisions for our future community, and we'd love to see our community grow within work, education, housing and tourism by 2050. Thank you to the Colac Otway Shire team for picking me to being part of the panel. Running these panels makes you feel part of the community. I believe everyone can benefit from these panel teams. Through this time of being on the panel, it has given me the courage to be able to further my career, as it has given me confidence due to having medical issues, be able to come out of that bubble and into a new optimistic, hopeful phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Oh, thank you. Hi, Council and Councillors. My name's Amy. I'm going to talk to you about my experience as well. I'll tell you a bit about myself. So I recently just relocated to Colac from Melbourne about a year ago now. Due to COVID, my husband had to move with his job. I think a lot of people had to do that. It was very tough times, but we did it, and I absolutely love Colac. I think it's an amazing town, and it's just lovely to be in such a beautiful, tight-knit community, feeling loved and actually appreciated for once, because in Melbourne it gets a bit hustle-bustle and we forget that we do need to all care for each other. Now the panel, I'm so lucky I got chosen to do the panel. It was just the diversity we had in the room, the people. Sometimes we always say, oh, we never get to have our say, but we actually did get to have our say. We feel like we were heard. There were so many topics. When we did discuss everything, you could see the points where people were really strong about. And I think it went round the whole room that there were certain things we were like, we got to say something, we need to be heard, and that's how we come up with all this. A lot of the people said that we probably needed a little bit more time. The 3 days, we tried to scram everything in 3 days, and I think there was so much more stuff we needed to explore. We needed to say a little bit more, but it was hard with the time that we did have. The coordinators were fantastic, to Tasman, Peter, Emma, Des and Nicola. They just made us feel just so welcome. I just think it was a great opportunity for everyone that was selected. Really did put 110%, and I have a little boy at home, he's 3, and I had to deal with him, and one day did land on Mother's Day, but that's okay. I preferred to be at the panel anyway, because I didn't have to be a mum for a few hours. So anytime, I'm happy to clock off. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to miss not being on the panel anymore, because I built relationships with so many people, and like Kylie was saying, it made us just come out of our shell, like made us feel strong and powerful, just made us feel like one. Yeah, we just felt like we were allowed to say what we wanted, and we weren't judged. We were all there for one reason. So so thank you, and keep it up. We hope the vision gets there to 2050, and that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any? Do councillors have any further questions of the panel? Councillor Costin.
I'm interested why you think we're seen as a gateway rather than a destination. I don't look at Colac Otway like that. I'm interested to know why the panel thought that.
I guess because some people may just come to KFC and keep going to get to another destination. So we want to ensure that isn't happening. And when you get to Colac, you do the gardens and you see Colac for what it is, and you're encouraged to do that. So how do we engage tourists on doing that, rather than them just getting to the Great Ocean Road as quickly as they can because they want to see the sunset or Apollo Bay? So I think that's where that came from.
And I also think not living in this shire right up until the last couple of years, I suppose you'll get it from a different perspective then, is that coming to Apollo Bay, you can see, and being visiting prior to that, but now being there much more, by a lot of people it is considered a gateway to the 12 Apostles or whatever, and the buses come and at the moment, of course, during COVID, that's not happening. But generally, it's going through our shire, and it's how can we capture some of that? If you look at the stats are around that we're one of the most visited shires or visited areas in Australia, and yet the lowest dollar spend per tourist in Australia. So if you think of it from that light, it'd be, well, okay, we have got a lot of people that are coming and going, but they're not actually. So what is it, and that's what we said earlier, what do we want to know for? And what is it that can stop the person to actually spend the dollar rather than the 10 cents, essentially? And I guess that's where that gateway idea comes from, that people are actually going through, not stopping here for a whole day or half a day.
Okay. I think we've got time for one more.
I don't think I heard any mention of public toilets. Did I? Have you got any comments on public toilets?
There was actually not, I didn't hear that once on any of the areas from any of the tables that I was going around on. I think the council must be doing a good job.
Must be doing a good job. Yeah, nothing wrong with the toilets.
We're more trying to focus on actually getting people into our community to give us money so that we can, you know, we can keep growing within Colac. So we're not focusing, like, our toilets are pretty good. We're more focusing on trying to, get people to move in, to live, to be happy, people to drive in, spend their money within Colac to give Colac more money revenue. That's what we were looking at, the finances for Colac, to help Colac.
And like Amy was saying, we didn't have enough time then to go down to that next level. We were actually at the other level around more, I guess, a higher strategic level, and what you're talking about are really important things, but they're probably the next one down again, which is the implementation of these recommendations. And one of those implementation strategies could be that, we're providing excellent facilities for people that do come our way.
It's probably important to note as well that it wasn't just us coming up with this. We were taking from the surveys that were done from the community and trying to whittle what are they actually trying to say and what is important, and putting that forward. So
Going out, asking people ourselves, what did we had
homework.
We had homework. They gave us homework, and our homework was to go out into the community and find 3 people and talk to them about what would they like. So I don't think anyone, or what did they want to see come up in the future, basically. I don't believe that anyone on my list was, and I've picked 3 different ages, right down to like a little 10-year-old boy that wants this big time zone thing in Colac. But yeah, none of them actually said anything about toilets. It's all about the whole, when you drive in, that people want to look at it and go, oh, this is where I want to be. So that's what the gateway was this is the place to live, this is where I'm going to move to because this has got everything for me. So that's kind of what we looked at.
When we, sorry, just quickly.
Might just have to wrap it up. Just one quick final comment.
Just with the gateway, what you were saying before, when we got to that decision about Colac being a gateway and to be a destination, not a gateway, the main, it's sort of in there but not, but the biggest word that came out of the whole panel that every time we walked in it kept coming up was identity. And it was such a strong, everyone had the same views about it, and it was the first thing everyone said when we first got to the panel. They said that Colac needs to have an identity and be known to be that destination, and like you were saying, that gateway, not just a pit stop, to be the place where you come, you have your coffee, you have dinner, you stay the night, you actually want to be here. So that's what really stemmed that destination gateway thing. That's what actually it all brought to. That's what I got from it, so yeah.
Thank you. On behalf of the council and of all the councillors, I'd like to thank you for the time, for putting your hand up to be part of the panel, for the time that you put in, the work you did at home, I know you gave up a lot of time. I think all the 3 days were beautiful autumn days when you sat inside this room for hours and hours, including Mother's Day, like you mentioned. So I know it was a lot of work and a lot to get, a lot to absorb. So I think you've done really well to get to the point that you have. So I'd just really like to thank you for the time and effort that you've put in. We can have a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I now move that standing orders be resumed. Councillors, do I have a mover? Councillor Hart. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Before we proceed on to item 1, I just thought councillors might want to have a quick break. Do any councillors want to have a quick, just a quick break? A pit stop if needed, 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah, he was in the community panel. Yeah, Townsend, that's him. Yeah.
Councillors, now we move to item 10.1, deliberative community engagement panel recommendations. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Costin-Flake's an alternate. Are there any questions? Councillor Potter.
I believe there are a number of organisations and groups specifically contacted by officers in relation to this community engagement process. Were some of those along the coast or from Apollo Bay? And if you can, could you detail those to me, please?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Yes, the community engagement process was extensive. A list of the key stakeholder interviews, so we did surveying where we emailed a whole heap of stakeholders, including, well, basically across the Shire. Then we rolled out a range of key stakeholder interviews, and some examples of that was Eastern Mark Cooperative and the Gathering Place, large industry representatives and business, the Colac and Apollo Bay Chambers of Commerce, Forest School, tourism representatives, climate and environment action groups, the Colac Makerspace, Apollo Bay Arts, farming representatives, social and disadvantage advocates, Forest Neighbourhood House, Apollo Bay Neighbourhood House, Colac Neighbourhood House, Jellybrand Neighbourhood House, Positive Ageing Ambassadors, Colac U3A, Apollo Bay U3A, multicultural partners including Diversitat, Barwon Water, DELP, and of course we also did pretty deep community consultation with our health providers, which is across Great Ocean Road Health, Colac Area Health, Barwon Health, the Primary Health Network and Hess Rural Health.
Are there any other questions of officers? Councillor Potter.
I think there were some pop-up sessions or whatever you want to call it along the coast. Are you able to detail how many and what your view of the response to those or at those were?
Yes, through the Mayor. We did 3 pop-up sessions along the coast, one in the Apollo Bay Senior Cits Centre, where we sent invites out to a broad range of people and put it in the newsletter. We then did a follow-up session at the Apollo Bay Market on the long weekend in March and also at Wye River on that day as well.
Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. We heard mention from the panel about a small town coastal housing strategy. I think it's called something else, isn't it?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, so it's actually the rural living strategy is what we term it. These days it would be called a settlement strategy.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Costin, you have an alternative motion. I believe it's up on the screen.
Thank you. This is just to fill a gap in consultation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hart. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin is the mover.
Firstly, if I could congratulate staff on the process thus far. It's been quite difficult to get representation across the coast, but the panel report was excellent. Thank you very much. And thanks for all the, I know it took a lot of time to get there. I was concerned about coastal representation and identification of coastal issues, but having heard from the panel now, my mind's put a little bit at ease with that. I would like, however, to for us to take the time to go down to Apollo Bay and consult with the Apollo Bay school students. They're unable to commit to the secondary school forum when it was held, but they have indicated that they would like to have an input, and I'm not sure how you could do that, but I suggest going down there and sitting with a selected group of students over lunch or something would be an appropriate way to do that, and it'd be interesting to hear what they have to say for the future.
Councillor Hart as the seconder.
Yeah, I'll reserve, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. And I too would like to thank staff for managing that process, and it was very, well, it was heartwarming really to have members of the panel sitting here and explain what they discussed and also what they personally took from it. And the panel themselves were quite open about their discussion about issues along the coast, and pointed out specifically that it was not a Colac-centric panel nor discussion. And I know the effort staff went to for a start, involve the Apollo Bay Secondary School in participating with other schools in the consultation process, and it's up to the schools to take up that option, and they chose not to for whatever those reasons were. So be it, I understand that. And, you know, they've explained to us that besides the survey that was available to everyone, you consulted Apollo Bay Arts, Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce, Apollo Bay Neighbourhood House, Apollo Bay U3A, Great Ocean Road Health, tourist bodies that predominantly cover the coast. And I just don't see where there's been a gap in consultations. You can't force people to the table, but Shire provided the opportunity for the whole community in this Shire to participate if they wanted to. And I think you did that very well and comprehensively. So if individuals or groups don't want to participate, so be it. And if we go and open the door to a group now, we're obliged to open the door to lots of other groups who may or may not have participated for whatever reason they chose. So I certainly support 1, 2 or 3 of this motion, which was the officer's motion really, but I have to argue against point 4. I think it concentrates or singles out Apollo Bay area for special treatment and writes off the rest of the Shire, and I can't support that. The whole Shire was invited to participate from day dot.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor White.
I'd also like to say thank you for a fantastic presentation today and the efforts that you've put in. I'm in agreement with Councillor Potter. I think you've made every effort and demonstrated every effort to engage and to get a really diverse cross-section of all the community to engage. I think there's always more work that can be done in any community, and including the coast, and I don't think I want to support signalling out the coast. I think there's probably other communities, if we did that, that could well say that they had not had their fair share either. So I agree, I would support the first 3 parts of the motion, but I don't support singling out Apollo Bay for further consultation. I'm sure there's going to be ongoing consultation over a long period of time, and it's been made quite clear that, you know, we want to continue to put a focus on all our communities, and the coast has got a fantastic voice now to remind us that they need to be included as much as we can. So I don't want to single out any one community as well for further consultation. I think it should be all our communities. Thank you.
Would any other councillor like to speak? Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The Apollo Bay Secondary School students were a noticeable absence from the online forum that was held to elicit participation by secondary school students and younger people in particular. And I appreciate that they weren't able to make it to that particular forum. I'd be really disappointed, and I'm really surprised that council wouldn't want to engage with them from the coast, younger people from the coast, through the secondary school. They've indicated their availability. I think it would be a very harsh outcome if council took the view that because you're not available on the day that we council decided to hold a forum, that you'll be completely ignored. I'm very surprised at that. The fact is that younger people in particular, I feel, need a degree of encouragement to participate in these sorts of processes, and they are the future. They're the future of the Shire. They're the future. They'll be the ones determining which nursing home some of us will end up in. And I think I just can't understand why council would not want to elicit their participation when they've indicated their availability. And that's all that point 4 is. It really troubles me to think that we would be having opposition to consulting with those students, and we're basically saying, well, if you weren't available on the day that suited council, bad luck. Quite an extraordinary attitude.
Councillor Costin, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hart. I think you're quite right that we do have to go an extra yard to make sure everyone's consulted. I've been through a lot of community consultations in my working life, and one of the lessons learned from that is if you can't get people to consult on your terms, consult on their terms. And this is what's happening here. The school weren't available for that forum for whatever reason, I don't know, and it's really irrelevant. But we need to show that we're interested in the ideas of the younger generation, and more importantly, we need to show them how the workings of local government, how the local government process works, and show them what good local government consultation is like. Thank you.
Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? All those against? No. Did you vote? I didn't see you vote.
No. Sorry, I'm against.
Yeah, okay. The item is lost. 3-4.
Division?
The division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor McCracken, all those against. Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Bell, Councillor Hanson. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCracken, do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken is the mover. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think, as Councillor McCracken's indicated, probably everything's been said. Just repeating myself, thanks to staff, and congratulate the members of the panel for a great job that they did in representing the community.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? I'll just quickly say a few words. I wanted to thank again the community panel for the time that they put in, for the staff that also gave up weekends and beautiful autumn days as well, and Mother's Day. So a lot of people gave up a lot of time. But I will also confirm that community engagement isn't an exact science, and there's gaps in it. And where those gaps are, you learn as you go along, and you give people the opportunity to engage, and you look at what works and what doesn't work. I'll also say that there's probably, if you wanted to look at the gaps, they'd probably be really long, and it wouldn't just be maybe someone on the coast that wasn't engaged, even though there were lots of opportunities down there, including long weekends. And once again, staff gave up long weekends to be down there, and some councillors were down there on the long weekend as well. So there are gaps, and you keep learning from those and what works well. Whether we'd go down a community panel process again, who knows? We might not. We might find other ways to engage with the community. But some really interesting information came out of the process. But I will acknowledge that it's a learning process and absolutely not an exact science, and we'll continue to learn and figure out best ways to engage with young people, because you'll definitely want to engage with the young, but our whole community. So, once again, thank you very much for the time. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Now we move to item 10.2, the 2021-2025 Revenue and Rating Plan for adoption. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Mayor. The report talks about, there was one particular submission at the committee that I want to ask about, and it's to do with a uniform Colac commercial rate. I interpreted that as being a uniform commercial rate between Colac and the balance of the Shire. The organisation in their reports interpreted as between Colac's commercial and Colac residential, and I don't think we're going to resolve that today. If this recommendation is approved and there's going to be a more comprehensive review of this strategy, will there be an opportunity to tease all this sort of thing out, rather than trying to just deal with it? Well, I appreciate the submission, but trying to deal with it in the submission, the initial submission that we had a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hart, through the Mayor. Absolutely. The intention is to do a full and detailed review, and I've already had discussions with our rates coordinator regarding the ratepayer submission and the confusion that there is around that. We were confident that we had it right, but councillors are reading it differently, but it'll certainly be part of the review.
Are there any other questions? No, councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart as the mover.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I do want to talk about this briefly. I'd like to thank the people who've made the submissions to the particular strategy, and also there were as well as written submissions, there were verbal submissions at the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. I think one thing I take from this, and I appreciate that there's a bit of a different interpretation about one of the submissions, and there's also the implications of when you adjust one rate, it affects others. This is all about distributing the rate burden. I think a more thorough review is needed. I think this difference of understanding really highlights the need that it has to be dealt with as a thorough review, which is planned for 2022-23, or planned soon in time for that year. And doing a quick change isn't fair to the community. So I'm supporting the recommendation on page 13, which is essentially to proceed with the current strategy and the current rates as they were exhibited for the draft budget also. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Potter is the seconder.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'd just like to endorse what Councillor Hart said. Look, we all think our rates are too high, but it's not as clear cut as that. But to listen to these submissions, adopt the strategy now, but to undertake a thorough review in a few months' time, whenever that'll be, has to be within 12 months, I think will be a good process. And we can't foretell what the outcomes will be, and there may be just business as usual, but certainly working with staff, I look forward to the review, and in the meantime, happy to adopt this strategy.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.3, adoption of the 2021-22 budget. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor McCracken.
Just flagging that I've got an alternative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hart and then Councillor White.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions, but I don't want to hog the whole floor. The first question relates to the repayment of the Bank of Queensland debt. Is there an amount in the budget to pay a contribution to that this coming financial year? Whereabouts is that in the budget? And maybe rounded to the nearest $1,000 or so, approximately how much is that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hart, through the Mayor. Yes, it is in the budget. The amount is catered for in the plant utilisation fee, and the amount I'll hand to Mr. McGann.
Thanks. Through the Mayor. The amount per annum is in the order of $115,000 per year plus GST.
Councillor White.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say it's to acknowledge the incredible effort to get to this point in a very complex effort in building a budget like this. I just want to ask about the likelihood of grants coming in that may not have been included in the budget, and is that a common thing? And the possibility of other revenue that may not have been included, say what we might get from Bruce Street, whether that's been included in the budget or not.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a number of us might have a go at this because the question's not can be interpreted a number of ways. We've had advice that it's likely that we will get an additional sum of money from the Grants Commission, which is up towards $300,000. That won't be known for sure until August, but it does tie in very nicely with our long-term financial plan and the expectation that we'll be needing to consider how we manage our budgets over the next 10 years. So we know that our cash position needs to be improved over the next few years, and that might end up being the first tranche of that. Then there's other grants that may well come in through the year, and Mr. Siren might talk about some of the other expectations we have. We're also expecting a grant for the fourth bin, the purple bin, the glass bin. At this point, what we're anticipating a grant up towards $400,000. Advice at this stage is that it won't be that high, but we'd match that money, take that money out of reserve at a later point. But there's a fair bit of time to go yet before we work out where we end up. And that's what tends to happen through the year, is that your grant expectations are based on best information at the time, but through the year there are ups and downs that you need to account for.
Through you, Mayor, just to add to that, so we have received notification of a number of grants that have been factored into next year's budget. We're still waiting to hear on a number of other applications, and ideally you would know that before you adopt a budget, but unfortunately the state and federal governments don't always take that into consideration. So, and then throughout the financial year as well, there will be other funding programs that do arise that we will likely apply for.
Councillor Hart, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just further to my last question about the payments on the Bank of Queensland debt or whatever we want to call it. Can we get an explanation as to why that's not on the balance sheet as a debt? My recollection from reading the budget is that it's not referred to as a debt in Council's financial records. Is someone able to give me an understanding as to why this money that's owed is not treated as a debt?
Through the Mayor, it is essentially an operating lease. I understand it has been accounted for thus far correctly. Whether the Coordinator of Finance, Acting Coordinator of Finance, Lynn Stevenson, could add to that.
Happy to respond to the question. The liability for that lease is actually on the balance sheet, so that's fully accounted for in accordance with our requirements.
Councillor Hart. Yes, the CEO just might clarify.
I do think it's important to note that we're having conversations with our external auditor about the appropriate treatment for this year's accounts. I believe that we've treated it appropriately in past accounts, but there is a conversation to be had about, and I understand over the last year or so there's been some change to the treatment of operating and finance leases. So that's where we'll be taking our advice about how we should treat it for the 2021 financial accounts.
Councillor Hart.
Thank you. Perhaps to try to clarify my question, my understanding is that there's various ratios that measure council's indebtedness and various ratios that measure how much council's paying in repayments. So my understanding from reading the budget, although it's in there under operating lease, is that it's not been taken into account with those various assessments, level of debt and what have you. Is that a correct understanding?
Through the Mayor, and thank you for the question, and Lynn, please correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially you are correct because it's not something that is specified to be taken as part of those calculations.
Councillor Hart.
Sorry, if I may, through the Mayor. So at the moment, that obligation is on the balance sheet. So until Council is released from that obligation, we currently have it as part of our debt, and therefore it wouldn't be considered as part of our borrowings, but it would certainly be considered as part of our total liabilities at present.
Councillor Hart.
Sorry, Mayor, I thought we had the answer there. So is it taken into account when you do the calculation for the various ratios? My understanding is that it isn't because it's being treated as an operating lease at the moment. I thought you were clear on that, but then when we got that last comment, I wasn't quite sure.
Maybe Lynn could specify that for me.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the amount that we have on the books is part of our indebtedness, which means that it is part of our ratio calculations that we have for financial sustainability assessment.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. There was a couple of submissions to the budget, one of which raised the issue of new footpaths, and I will talk about that a bit later, but do we normally have an allocation in the budget for new footpaths, or is that based on community requests and demand, or is it reliant on getting the odd special government grant, such as allowing us to do a footpath in Polar Bay and Clark Street?
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. I've been here about 4 years, and for most of my recollection of those 4 years, for most of those years we haven't had an allowance for new footpaths in the budget. Having said that, in this financial year we're spending from memory about 1.9 million on new footpaths, essentially, and that in Apollo Bay and Birregurra and other locations. And that money's come from the federal government grant, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure grant.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And on a completely different matter to do with the budget, though, one of the submitters talked about the fortnightly waste charge and the extent that that was going to be increased. My understanding, the fortnightly waste collection suggests that it's only half the number of collections as the weekly, but my understanding, and is this correct, is that the number of recycling and green waste collections is the same whether you're on the fortnightly or weekly waste collection. And my calculations from figures I've got from you, there's about 79 collections a year for fortnightly and 105 for weekly. That's recycling 26, green waste 26, 3 extra green waste, and the only difference is in the waste one. So that although it's called a fortnightly collection, they're actually getting roughly 75% the number of collections. Is that about right? I'm not asking, not to the decimal place, but roughly speaking.
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. Yes, that sounds correct based on the figures I gave you the other day, Councillor Hart. There is a difference in the lift fee for fortnightly and weekly collections as well. At the end of the day, there's not a lot of difference in the dollar figure between the two.
Are there any other questions from councillors? Councillor McCracken, you flagged an alternative.
Thank you. It should have been circulated around, but there are going to be a few small changes. The first one is on point 6, and that's to take into, just more so to save time, but for Councillor Hart, I know you prepared an amendment. I'm happy to include that in this, which is to make point B 235 as opposed to 245. Been told that that's going to have immaterial impact on the front part of the budget, and I'm talking about points C. Where am I? 1C in particular, I think it is. No, 3. Sorry, point 3. The second part is point 11 there, and point 11, 12, 13 are the extra points that I wanted to add. Peter, I think you and I were talking, and instead of August, we spoke of September for the first one. Is that correct? So I'm happy to change that to September, which would make it a bit easier. And you are agreeable and comfortable with that? Yeah.
Mayor, I'm comfortable with it being September. I have some interest in the rest of the whole thing, but September.
That was my understanding.
A good charge, yes, thank you.
And then on 13, point A, instead of provide general managers and managers, I'll just change the wording there to management, more generally. That means it's not just pointing out particular roles. And then also too, I know we spoke about having that extra point that Mr. Lawrence came up with at the last. Is that included in there as well? Okay, so that's there as well. Golly, I don't think I've forgotten anything. No, so I'll move that as is then.
Councillor Hart is the seconder. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter. Councillor McCracken as the mover.
Thank you. Well, the 3 points that I'm interested in talking about are so point 11, which is to provide a report to a councillor briefing about property that the Shire owns, and this is mostly either property or land that's vacant or underutilised, and that could be reasonably disposed of within the 21-22 financial year. And I think it's important we have that information. This is not something that's just sort of popped out of nowhere. We've been sort of talking about this for a long time. And I guess the reason why it's important to consider it in a budget is because if action is taken on this front, it's likely to have an impact on future financial situations, particularly including the renewal gap. So it makes perfect sense to have it there. The second point there, at point 12 there, is about saving $200,000 from operations over the course of the next 12 months, and for that to be quarantined in a fund for councillors to consider what to do with. And I think it's very important for councillors to have control over this and to perhaps, excuse me, to perhaps have a bit more of a say over where some of these funds actually go. I think it's, at least from my humble point of view, this budget is a little bit vanilla, and I'm not trying to be horrible there, but I think if councillors have a bit more say over where some of these funds go, we can actually put a bit more of our stamp on it. Point 13 there is about a report, and it's an investigation into an efficiency dividend system, which I know, CEO, you've indicated to me that that has been sort of explored before, but there were situations which perhaps prevented it from happening, is my understanding. So the goals of that program are outlined there as well, and they're very similar to what happens in the Commonwealth Public Service as well. And I guess the idea behind this is to make sure that the organisation has a framework together to perhaps consider how we can do things as efficiently as we possibly can with the limited ratepayer money that we do have. And the idea is that that money that would be saved is returned to priority areas that councillors would choose. So to me, this makes perfect sense, and it sends a very clear message that we are very focused on the financial sustainability of the organisation, and we're very clear that this is going to be a priority going forward. Now, given that we have a new CEO starting within not very long, it's good to have some of this work in track so that we can send a clear message and say, look, these are some of the priority areas that we're looking at. We've given enough time to sort of allow the CEO to come in August and say, oh, yep, I can see what's happening there, this is where you're at, but it's by no means finalised at that particular point in time. So there's still plenty of opportunity to certainly talk about that. So they're the three main points, and Councillor Hart, I'm happy to include yours in there as well, but I'll sort of let you talk about that, so thanks.
Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Yeah, I'll reserve, Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Potter, you oppose?
Yeah, I did, thank you, Mayor. And I haven't got much time, so I did want to speak a little bit to the budget itself, and I do agree with Councillor McCracken that you could look at this and say it's somewhat vanilla, and it probably is, because we're still coming out of COVID, and we're still in COVID, and it is still not business as usual, and you cannot produce a business as usual budget when you've been impacted the way we have, and may still be impacted yet. And the late submitters we had to the budget in relation to the childcare charges at Blue Water, that's being addressed, and I congratulate staff for picking that up. And in relation to the submission about no new footpaths, I thank Mr McGann for his answer in relation to that. Well, we don't usually do that, but and also a bit of guidance around whether moving forward councillors could look at a strategy of looking at the community request for footpaths, and perhaps in the long term come up with a new footpath strategy. But if I can address Councillor McCracken's points he's inserted, and I thank him for his trouble, and in particular in relation to point number 11, If that wasn't part of this budget discussion, but perhaps as a nom or something, I would have supported that. We've been waiting for this list, Councillor McCracken, for 4 years, I would say. So thanks for bringing it up, but I don't think this is the forum or the document that it should be included in. We recently got a in-depth presentation by CT Management about our financial future and the need for recurrent savings over the next 10 years, and that will be discussed in line with the long-term financial plan. We need to make recurrent savings, and this alternative motion calls for savings, but then we turn around and spending it, and that's not a saving. We need to make ongoing savings over the next 5 or 6 years. And in relation to point 12, find $200,000 worth of operational savings and quarantine for councillors, I would like the opportunity to further workshop that. There's no structure around that. There's no rules around it. There's no linking of that money to strategic planning or community demands. It's for councillors to consider at a later date. And given our financial constraints, the pressures that we are going to be under over the next few years, telling staff to find $200,000 for a council wish list, I won't call it a slush fund, but you know, we can't find that money and just let councillors say, oh, I've got a pet project for this or that, willy-nilly, without some sort of structure about it. So really, councillors and Councillor McCracken in particular, some of these things I do appreciate, but I just don't think incorporating this into the budget discussion is the right way to go about it. And I certainly have big issues around this $200,000 fund for councillors. So I'm sorry, but I do oppose it for the reasons I've outlined.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. I support the position that Councillor Potter has outlined. I struggle a little bit with this number 12. I think it's a great aim to find $200,000 worth of savings, and we're looking at that through our services review. But I think the use of the savings as proposed at the moment creates a potential problem. It does need to be part of a larger strategic plan, and I wouldn't like to see the money go to pet projects, as Councillor Potter termed them. So I think I would support this amendment, this notice of motion, if number 12 was removed.
Councillor White.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. I too have questions over trying to find $200,000 at such late stage. I appreciate the work that's gone into developing this budget and agree with we're not out of COVID and there's going to be a lot of challenges over the while. I felt encouraged by the presentation from CT Management and what they outlined for us over the next 6 to 10 years and the strategies that were suggested around those gains that we need to find. And so I feel that we are in a place that we can more strategically work. I understand the intent and support the intent that we do need to work on those things, but I wouldn't support at this late stage. We've had months and months of discussion building budgets and having opportunity to talk about things, and I think to do that at this late stage, to pull out to try and find $200,000 when I know how difficult it is to build a budget, and I know that the management have gone over it with a fine-tooth comb and have pulled it back and pulled it back. So I think to find another 200 at this late stage, I couldn't support. In terms of incentivising system, how incentivising management to find efficiency dividends and things. I'd like to talk about that more and what that actually means. I haven't got really a clear understanding of what that would look like and what it would mean for management and how that would be implemented. And I'd like the opportunity to discuss that more rather than just go ahead and do that tonight. I do recall, and I've repeated it a couple of times, CT management did say that in their analysis that the efficiencies for Colac Otway Shire, I nearly said Colac Area Health, for Colac Otway Shire, the efficiencies were pretty good when they were benchmarked against other like councils. So I think the inference here that efficiencies looks like we're inefficient, and I don't actually think that's the case. There is always better ways to do things and improve things, and I think everybody's pretty committed to that. So I'd like, again, I think outside of this, this is a better place to discuss that. So I wouldn't want to support it in this at this point in time. And in terms of number 11, yes, I agree, we really do need that report, and we have discussed it, and it is important. And I think it's important to take on board what we heard from the panel as well, when they talked about assets and how we evaluate assets and what their importance is. I think they talked about a caretaker model, which was quite interesting. But I think we do need to look at our assets in a broad sense, not just an economic rationalist sense. And we need to think about what it means for the health and wellbeing and the social impact in our community. So again, I think that's another big discussion we need to have, but we do need that report so that we can understand what we're looking at and how we're going to go about it. So I can't support those three inclusions.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart, you reserved.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will briefly speak on the fortnightly waste charge. I think there's been a principle that council has had for quite some years and terms that to try to make it a uniform charge, whether your waste is being collected in Wye River or Cressy or Colac. And when I did the calculation of the relative collections for Jellybrand compared to the weekly collection, it's mainly around Jellybrand where they have a fortnightly collection, the waste charge increase going to $245 was pushing the envelope a bit too far, and $235 is more like a fair figure to maintain that principle of a uniform charge for the number of services that each particular area has. So that was my reasoning for that. I think it makes a difference of about $1,650 on the budget. I've got some concerns about $115,000 for leasing two-way radios that still aren't doing anything, sitting in a shed somewhere. Sooner or later we've got to sort that one out. But I do want to talk about the extra points that Councillor McCracken has put in, and I might not sound it, but I'm actually quite enthusiastic in my support of this resolution, because finally it is setting some direction, some foundation by councillors. The issue of the vacant land report, we've been asking that on and off for years. I do acknowledge there was one block of land sold in Biak. Mayor, I know that you've seen a block of land in Labour's Hill that I've been talking about since Councillor Potter was Mayor in 2016-17, and we can't even get a basic discussion on it. This report that Councillor McCracken's calling for in number 11 is overdue. The $200,000 of operational savings, I don't see it as a slush fund. I see that we'll have some input as to how that money will be spent, and I remind councillors there's a $500,000 balloon payment coming on council's debt in about a year or so maybe some of it will be used for that, I don't know. I'm not going to get quite wedded on whether it's $200,000 or a bit more or a bit less, but finally it forces that discussion. And the report on the efficiency dividends, similar thing. This will put management on notice, and the CEO, the new CEO will know on day one, these are issues of concern if we put this in this budget document. Otherwise it gets dragged out for another meeting, another meeting, another meeting. Before you know it's Christmas and we haven't even raised it. I think it's really important that we support this resolution.
Councillor McCracken, you have a right of reply.
Thank you. I want to respond to comments about the $200,000 as though that might be treated as some sort of slush fund, I think the word was used. It says very clearly in the resolution that the savings will be quarantined in an appropriate reserve for councillors to consider at a later date. Doesn't mean you have to spend it. I mean, that's the assumption that's been put forward, but it's for councillors as a collective to consider, not necessarily to spend. And as Councillor Hart quite rightly pointed out, there are different, obligations coming up that this could be used for. But I say again, it could be used for that. This would be an opportunity for councillors to decide, not officers. And it doesn't have to be spent if we as councillors don't want it to be spent. This is more about taking control back and making sure that we have set a very clear direction. And so the community can see that. Now, the comments made about an efficiency dividend system, it doesn't say that it's going to happen. It's providing a report investigating whether it could happen if it were to be implemented in the next financial year. It would still require a councillor resolution to implement it. There's nothing wrong with investigating it to get more information about it. That's all it's doing. It's not saying we're implementing it at all. It's just saying, what would it look like if it were to be implemented in 21-22 financial year? That's all it's doing. The report, which is called for in point 11, has been well and truly spoken about for a number of years, since I've been here, at least. These are strong financial management credentials that we need to make sure that we implement. And if we don't, well, maybe we should just spend like drunken sailors. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Money doesn't really matter, does it?
Time.
Lucky. Thank you.
Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? All those against? The item is carried 4-3.
Sorry, division, Mayor, please.
A division has been called. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor McCracken, Councillor Bell, Councillor Hanson. All those against? Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Costin. Councillors, now we move to item 10.4, the COVID-19 Business and Community Support Package. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor McCracken.
I'll just flag I've got an alternative for this one as well. Thank you.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about this eco destination tourism certification. We've had some talks with other agencies. Can you give us a little bit of the background and potentially, and what are the potential benefits and where do they flow of this program?
Yes, through the Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Costin. Eco destination certification is a accreditation that can be gained by a area or an individual business to be certified through a worldwide standard which is becoming increasingly popular at the moment. It doesn't have a huge amount of use worldwide yet, but is getting more and more users each year, that can be used on destination marketing, advertising, on all sorts of branding. It's a lengthy process to get eco destination certification. It involves a lot of policy development review and is a significant task in terms of officer time to do. It has been put forward that a organisation other than council in the region, Gora would lead the process, but council would be a key stakeholder in inputting information and policy advice into it. The first stage of the process is submitting an EOI to do the certification process, which is planned to be submitted in July. And if successful, over the next 2 years, council will work in collaboration with other councils and local authorities to go through that certification process.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to a officer recommendation about funding for a jobs fair, when is the optimum time for that, and who are we aiming to support by running that jobs fair?
Through the Mayor, we believe the optimum time to run a jobs or careers fair is September, due to advice from local schools as to the time that year 12s and year 10s are looking at career options. That is also the target audience, year 12s and 10s, potentially other years as well, but to link school age leavers and people that are looking at subject choices and career choices, whether it's further education or not, to give them an opportunity to realise what careers are available locally, to encourage our youth to stay local, and if they do go away to study, to know what they can study and have a job when they come back to Colac, Apollo Bay and the surrounding towns. So to do that, we'd deliver it in partnership with external organisations within Colac Otway, and would need to implement it relatively quickly.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you think if, given this is a COVID-19 business and community support package, do you think if we put some of the money towards seasonal worker housing, we would get a more substantial economic benefit? It seems, and I ask this question because it seems at the moment, if we're providing events and other things that are attracting more people into our regions, we need more workers if we're going to harvest the economic potential of that attracting visitors into the region. But it's going to be difficult to harvest that if we haven't got the workers, if the workers haven't got somewhere to stay. Should we be putting some of the money to seasonal worker accommodation?
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor Costin. I don't believe we should actively allocate a portion of this funding to that, for the reason that we don't have an identified project that can definitely be delivered next financial year that would deliver that. Saying that in the officer recommendation, the 60,000 for economic recovery partnerships funds could be used for that, amongst many other things, as some potential short-term accommodation options that may exist, it would appear would likely be in partnership with external organisations.
Councillor Potter, did you have another question?
Thanks, Mayor. Very perceptive of a couple of things. I may have missed it when Councillor Costin was asking about the eco-tourism feasibility assessment, which I think is a pretty exciting opportunity. Was there a cost to council to do that other than officers' time, or to participate or facilitate that assessment?
Through the Mayor, at this point in time, we aren't expecting there to be a cost other than officer time to do the accreditation process in the coming financial year.
Councillor Potter.
Mayor, could I ask a question of Councillor McCracken, please? Point D, in relation to your last couple of words, considering this at a later date, do you have a date in mind? My concern is if something arises, such as we've heard we don't need money for the ecotourism thing, but what if we do down the track, or something arises in a hurry that we need to access that amount? How would we go about that without specifying a date?
Well, thank you. The reason why the date isn't specified is so that you do have the flexibility in there. I mean, a date in the future is tomorrow onwards. So if there is something that's needed tomorrow, well, you could consider it, but also it might be further down the track. Like, it's deliberately left open so that you do have the flexibility there. And it's something that I would imagine would be discussed at a briefing session more so than just something that would just be a snap decision that's made. All of us around the table would have input into making that consideration and that decision rather than just... Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the wording at a later date. It doesn't necessarily say could be discussed at a briefing next week or something like that.
Well, for councillors to consider it, they'd have to have a briefing at least, wouldn't they? And is that the correct understanding from officers, is that's where that discussion would be had? Because if that's not, I'm happy to make that a bit more clearer.
Mr. Surin.
Oh, through the Mayor, just to answer that question, Councillor McCracken, absolutely, we would want to have that discussion at a councillor briefing, which is exactly what we did when we were forming the current officer recommendation that's before you.
Councillor White, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask James. You talked about the jobs fair for September, and so there'd be some type, if you wanted to bring back to council for funding for that, the timelines are a bit tight.
Through the Mayor, yes, they would be, principally because we're looking to deliver this in partnership with external organisations from the community, and the lead time on that is slightly more significant to get all the marketing, business involvement. You know, you're looking at getting 20 to 30 businesses involved on the day. So it's preferably you'd give those businesses and the schools quite a good lead-up time to reserve the date. Also, you've got to hire infrastructure, which this money is specifically for. So it's putting that deposit and security that you will have the infrastructure available before it's booked for elsewhere.
And there's been quite a bit of work done up till now to get this going.
Through the Mayor, we've had initial meetings with external organisations that want to partner with us in delivery, and we've done costings on the event, yes.
Okay. So, Councillor McCracken, can I ask a question? Given what James has just said about the tight timelines and for a careers and jobs fair, would you be willing to include that in your amendment? I think we have had a lot of discussion about these proposals, and sometimes I think operationally we should be leaving some of these decisions up to our officers. That, you know, we have the discussions, they come back and forth, and you know, they're in a really good place to make some of these decisions. I think some work has been done.
We're not into debate. Are you
Sorry.
Councillor McCracken?
Okay, so would you be willing to include that in your amendment?
Look, I am prepared to put it in there, but I'm just conscious also of the fact that if we keep putting extra bits in there, there's not going to be much left over to actually consider at another later point in time. But look, short answer, yes.
Well, are you willing to put in the accommodation? Yes, that is the thing. This has been at briefing, and these things have been discussed, so there's things that probably people like, but we might have to just put the motion up as... Are you putting it up as is?
All right, I'll do it as is, and if anyone wants to put an amendment up, well, they can, and then it can be debated as is. So I'll put it up as is, and then if anyone wants to put any extra in, well, they can, and it can be debated on its merits at that point.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Hart, is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Potter opposes. Councillor McCracken.
Yep. Look, the point of this is, as it's, put up there, it's carry on with the work that was planned for last year, and then apart from the money that's put towards the ecotourism, the rest goes into a reserve, which would be, again, directed by councillors as to where that might be. Now, could be the jobs fair, could be the jobs and accommodation. It's broad, and it doesn't necessarily have to be things that were listed on that particular recommendation. It could be broader than that if there are other ideas that would be considered and that might be a bit more targeted and directed. I keep it a bit as open and as flexible as possible. So that's the thinking behind this, is to give councillors a bit more direction and say over where this goes as opposed to having it here. So broad brush overview and intent of it, basically.
Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll reserve.
Councillor Potter as the opposer.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mayor, and I may well end up supporting this, but I just wanted to speak to a couple of things. And look, I think this motion may have come about after the officer's recommendation and some of the things in it, and I probably owe Mr. Myde an apology for not sending in an email a little while ago that I thought I should, just expressing a couple of concerns about what was on the table, and I'm sorry that I didn't do that. I am concerned. One of the recommendations by the officer was the jobs fair, and I am concerned that we might miss out on that. I think it's really important work to try and open up local pathways for our kids, whether that's an early school leaver or whether that is someone going to university doing an appropriate degree that allow them to come home to Colac and walk straight into a local job. And I think that's really, really important. We have to support our local businesses, and we have to try and keep our kids in Colac if that's where they want to be. And I thought a jobs fair was a really, really good way of outlining those pathways and a great way to support our local business. Having said that, I hope there is some time flexibility around the spending or the consideration of the spending of the reserve for councillors. I understand that the opportunities can pop up at short notice, and it may be that we need to consider those quickly. So Councillor McCracken has assured me that that is probably the case. So I think that's all I want to say, Mayor. I'm interested in the potential events that we might be able to attract. I wonder if the $20,500 will be enough in case there's 2 or 3 events that we could attract that will be ongoing year after year, that will provide a significant community benefit financially and socially. So I hope we're open, councillors, to grasping those opportunities if they arise, because they can arise at short notice. But otherwise, I totally understand why Councillor McCracken's brought this, and Mayor, I may well support it.
Councillor White.
I suppose I want to go back to trying to include the jobs fair, because I think we heard from young people, and I think there's been a lot of work done towards this, that they do want to hear about their opportunities and what's local, and we do want to keep young people local, and I think we've had a number of discussions about that. I think we've also had opportunity to discuss these projects in briefings, and to change it at the last minute again for me, I find a bit challenging. So I guess I would like to suggest that we include the jobs fair in it. It seems that there are tight timelines around that, and just for ease of practice, to include it in the amendment. So I guess that's what I'm doing, an amendment.
Would you consider an amendment that also includes the accommodation investment prospectus?
Yep.
So you're moving an amendment that that includes from the officer recommendation 5E and 5F.
Yeah, Mayor, and I know we've had discussions before on splitting resolutions, and there's certainly been a principle amongst some of us that if someone asks that something be split, it is split. So I would ask that they be split into two separate standalone amendments, please. Obviously, that's your ruling.
If they're two amendments. So the first amendment is, I'll put the first one to $25,000 towards $25,000 towards a Colac Otway Careers Jobs Fair, because that's the first one that Councillor White mentioned. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? That's B. That's the second amendment. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. If it was helpful, I'd be prepared or encourage Councillor White to move A and B.
I'm comfortable if Councillor White wants to move A and B.
Mayor, could I move a point of order? The issues of splitting resolutions has come up time and time again. You did rule a moment ago you were happy to see them split. I would like to see them split, and while I accept that it's your decision, it's a path that only minority mayors have ever taken to resist the splitting of resolutions when requested by councillors. I think in the time I've been on council for more than 10 years, there's only one mayor that has refused to split resolutions.
We'll just split them. So the first one, 25,000 towards the jobs fair, seconded by Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor White, do you wish to speak?
I think I've said enough about why I think we should support that, and I think the key thing is the timeframes and enabling council officers to get on with their job and complete the tasks without having to come back and forth all the time. I think it's a really valuable project, and I think we should get on with it.
Councillor McCracken.
Thanks. Look, I've actually done careers work in high schools for the last few years now, and it's not necessarily the case that September is the ideal time. You can do it at different times of the year. Usually July, August, September, and maybe a little bit of October is to do with university open days. And sometimes you have TAFEs along there as well. I don't think it's particularly earth-shattering that a jobs fair is in August or September, that time of year. Sometimes it could be a real advantage if it's in first or second term. So I wouldn't be so wedded to that timing and the need to get that in track, because it can be done, and it's probably better to leave it being flexible and working with schools and what they've already got planned, because they're calendared a year ahead in advance anyway. So that's something to consider as well.
Councillors, I'll now call for a vote on that amendment. All those in favour? The amendment is carried 5-2, sorry. All those against? Yeah, the amendment's carried 5-2. Now we'll move on to the second amendment. The council allocates $10,000 to the creation of an accommodation investment prospectus. Councillor White, you're the mover? All right, I'll be the mover. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart. As the mover, the reason I've moved this is because the whole time I've been on council for about 4.5 years, there's been the discussion of a lack of accommodation in Colac, and particularly in Colac, and the desperate need to attract accommodation. It's spoken about by our business community, by our tourism community, and this is a vital piece of the work that needs to be done to go out and try and attract investors to this. And this has been discussed at briefings. It's been discussed. Why we would kick the can down the track for another briefing sort of staggers me, but we'll see what happens. But this has been a topic of conversation, a hot topic in this community for years and years and years. And sometimes you just have to get on and do things. And so I just think to not move ahead with this would, I just don't understand it. Councillor White. Oh no, Councillor Potter is the seconder. Now I'll get lost.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Thanks, Mayor. You spoke well, and 4 years ago, I remember talking about this. 4 years ago, we encouraged officers to approach Quest and other organisations trying to get 4-star plus accommodation in this town, and you're right, Mayor, we're still here. I know officers have done a lot of work, and I thank them for their work, but clearly to get it to the next stage, we have to have this prospectus, and we need it, and we're letting our community down, especially business down, and tourism, by not trying to further this endeavour of securing high standard accommodation in this shire, in particular Colac, but I think this has opportunity for Apollo Bay as well. I'm not talking about a big multi-storey venture that has been tried down there before, but we do need more accommodation in Apollo Bay, tourist-wise as well as worker, of course. But I definitely support this.
Councillor Hart is the opposer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the two speakers have just made my case for me exactly why I do oppose this at the time. First of all, this is a prospectus for Quest accommodation or accommodation in Colac. Then it's a prospectus for tourism accommodation in Apollo Bay, but then it's going to address the shortage of worker housing. I mean, I don't even think there's I think there was some comment about the need for housing. So I don't even think there's some shared understanding about what this is about and whether $10,000 is the right amount. I've seen where council spent money before for different things, and unless there's a shared understanding about exactly what you're trying to tease out, I just have some concerns how we keep adding bits back here. I think what it really reflects is a flawed process that we reached to the recommendation in the agenda in the first place. Happy to support the jobs fair, happy to accept that there was some time limit on that, but we could do this for every item on this agenda. It really illustrates a flawed relationship between the councillor arm and the management arm that we're trying to tease out whether an accommodation investment prospectus where it'll cost $10,000 isn't enough, is it not enough, precisely what is it? That's the greater problem here. It's the reason I enthusiastically supported the earlier motion from Councillor McCracken about the budget to assert some authority over this. You can blow $10,000 really quickly. And so, it'll probably get through. But I really think that this reflects a more fundamental problem with the current relationship of councillors who worked well together, probably the best in recent times, and management where we have to assert our authority collectively to get some of these things teased out.
Councillor Costin.
I think I'm just reading from the officer report what this is about, and it does describe it as visitor accommodation across Colac Otway, but then it goes on to talk about hotels within Colac. So we can't get too excited about this solving any affordable housing issue. I do think that before you go down the path of a prospectus, I think you've got to have an identified piece of land that you want to receive bids on. It seems a bit wide open to me how we could actually attract some proposals for investment without knowing where the investment's going to be.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor McCracken.
I guess the intent of the original alternative was that this could have been considered in a wider context and perhaps, you know, what the scope might have been and how much we could allocate it to. Could be more, could be less, it depends. So that was sort of the idea, is you'd bounce these things around and figure out what priorities were, but this seems a bit restrictive in that sense, is that it seems to be just focusing on one particular thing where it could be a lot more. But look, I don't disagree with you. There are, you know, demonstrated need for 4+ star accommodation. I just think there might be better ways of handling it. But we could have nutted that out in a briefing, and hopefully we still have a bit of money to talk about in a briefing session. Thanks.
Just to clear up that it is pretty clear in the briefing paper what this is, and we can have another briefing session on this and just keep discussing it for another 4 years and then nothing will be done. So I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? All those against? The item is lost 3-4. Division? All those in favour? Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Hanson. All those against? Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, Councillor Bell, Councillor McCracken. Now we go back to the original, the substantive motion. We had Councillor McCracken as the mover, Councillor Hart was a seconder, Councillor Potter spoke, Councillor White moved an amendment. Councillor White. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure what I should be speaking to. I thought my amendment has been passed.
It's now the motion with that amendment in.
Oh, the motion with that amendment. Okay, look, I have said 3 times now why I think it should be included. I think we've had some good discussion about it. I take on Councillor McCracken's observations about timing, whether it's September or whenever it is. I still think we have had adequate time to talk about this. We've had briefings. I just want to give officers the ability to get on with their jobs and get on with the project. I think toing and froing is, I don't want to see it anymore.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart, you reserved?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to see that the jobs fair was included, but I really think, as I touched on earlier, that there's a more fundamental problem that's been reflected in the need for Councillor McCracken's resolution, and I'm pleased to support it. We really need to be watching, if you watch the pennies, the pounds look after themselves, and we should have some regard for what this fund was set up for. It was COVID-19 business assistance package, which is still going on. So I think it's prudent to have some money held back and to allow for a future discussion on that.
Councillor McCracken, you had a right to reply.
Thank you. Look, I think this sort of process tonight's brought out at least what some of the priorities are for councillors, which is a good thing. It was a bit difficult for me to come up with this because how much do you include in, how much do you not? My thought was that you include you leave that all for a discussion that's to be had where everyone's got an opportunity to put things in that they want, but that sort of happened a bit tonight and I accept that, that's no worries at all. But I guess some of the things that haven't been talked about which are suggested in here, and I know it was part of the discussion that we heard from, I think it was a question before as well from a member of the public, was about an arts officer. I think the arts community should be supported in some particular fashion. What that looks like, I'm not sure yet, but I think if it is to be something like $30,000, I think we could do a lot more than an arts officer for 6 months. So that'll be a consideration that obviously comes up when we have a discussion about where to direct this support money. I hope that we can have a fair spread amongst different sectors and hopefully a targeted way of really supporting our community, sort of push forward and focus where the need is. Thank you.
Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Do councillors want a quick break? We'll move on to item 10 point. Yeah, I don't mind moving on if anyone wants a quick break. Yep, no, that's fine. We'll now move on to, just want to make sure councillors are watered and dewatered. Yeah, thank you. Councillors, now we move to item 10.5, Colac Otway Shire Grants Program 2021-2022 allocation of funds. I note, if you have questions of officers, but I note we do have, some councillors have conflict of interest, but we will split this motion. So do you want to read out your conflict now?
Yeah, I can, Mayor. I note there's the alternative officer's recommendation that splits out my conflict,
Yep.
but I can put that on the table now if you like.
Oh, we can wait till we get to it.
Yeah.
Do councillors have any questions of officers? No. Okay. So, let me just find it. Recommendation 1. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us for recommendation 1. Do I have a mover? Councillor Potter. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Hart. Is it to be opposed? No. Councillor Potter is the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't speak too long, but for a start, thank you to officers, James and Kat and the team, for working with the community groups to assist them with the grant application process. I know it's not easy for the organisations, and I know it's not easy for staff, so thanks for everything that you do. I'm assuming that all councillors will support all these grant applications, and it's great to see a mixture of grants right across the Shire. Jellybrand, Old Beachy Rail Trail, Otways and Coast Permaculture Group, fantastic. Bulla Bay Word Fest, Let's Talk Colac Otway, very important in relation to mental health. Support for the Great Ocean Road Running Festival, which is a great festival for Apollo Bay and the coast, and it goes on. So congratulations to those groups that have made their applications. Encourage groups to have another go next time they're open, and support this recommendation.
Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Yeah, thank you. This is a great program where we assist the community through these particular grants, and of course the work and the funds and that the volunteers put into for these various groups means that there's a lot more in the projects delivered than what the cost is for the particular grants made by council. And I think we need to remember that these are volunteer people who filling in the forms and justifying how the grant was spent. So I'd like to thank them for their applications and wish them well with their grants, but also acknowledge that the council officers do a lot of work trying to help facilitate these particular applications.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Now we move on to recommendation 2, alternative motion 1. Do I have a mover? Councillor, what's that? Oh, Councillor Potter.
I believe this is the item I have a conflict of interest in, Mayor. Oh, no. Well, I got the wrong part. Yes, it is. I think I was reading out the wrong list a minute ago, but anyway.
It is slightly confusing. So, Councillor McCracken, you're hoping to move the item. Is there a seconder? Councillor Costin, is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken as the mover. Councillor Costin? Does any other councillor wish to speak? No. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to put on the table a conflict of interest in relation to this motion, in that there's applications for grants being made by the Colac RSL sub-branch, of which I am a committee member.
Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd also like to declare a general conflict of interest in relation to the alternative motion 3. Conflict arises because I received a disclosable gift in the form of election campaign donation from the Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce, who are auspicing the application of the Apollo Bay Seafood Festival.
Councillor Potter, are you okay to be out of the room for motion 2 and 3, or you prefer to come in and vote on 3? I don't mind.
Well, I'm happy to be out. I do support... I better not say that. Oh, yeah, I can say that. I do support that particular application and that community group and what it's for. So I'm assuming it's going to get support. If there's any doubt about that, I'll be in the room, but yeah.
All right. Are you happy with that? Okay. Councillor McCracken is the mover. Is it to be?
I was just going to say I'm happy to move alternative motion 2 and 3 together, given that, just to make it clear.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bell, is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken is the mover. No, Councillor Bell. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 5-0. Is there anybody who would like to move 3, 4 and 5 together? Councillor McCracken. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Bell. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bell. Is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken is the mover. No, Councillor Bell. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillor Costin, I believe you have an alternative recommendation for item 6.
Yes, I do. Thanks, Mayor. I've added a couple of points to the recommendation just to give some guidance to the CEO in his allocation of grant funds.
Is it to be seconded? Councillor Hart, is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter? Councillor Costin as the mover.
Thank you, Mayor. When I looked through the grants, I did a little bit of a calculation and discovered that there's only around about 10% of the grants are flowing to the coastal area, and that's the whole coast. And that raises a red flag for me. It doesn't seem quite right, and I'm not sure why that is. I suspect it's because there's some additional challenges facing coastal communities in submitting the grant applications. They've got more complex land management arrangements to contend with, so they have to deal with the Great Ocean Road Management Authority. Two, there's pretty onerous planning scheme requirements along the coast. There's many overlays, bushfire overlays and neighbourhood character overlays and all sorts of other overlays that could be creating some problems. And three, they've got a relatively small volunteer base to make applications for events. There's, given that 70% of our houses aren't occupied on census night, you've got a small population left there to do the hard work for benefits of all those who only come during holiday times. So I'm concerned about that, and I'd like to give a little bit more direction to the CEO in his distribution of the remaining grant funds, so that he considers, when he makes the decisions, he doesn't just look at it on a first come, first served basis, and I should point out that I've crossed that out in part 2, but he gives consideration to a more even distribution of the remaining grant funds across the Shire, and he considers also the potential net benefit that the grant allocation will deliver.
Councillor Hart as the seconder.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll reserve.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I totally understand the motivation for Councillor Costin bring this alternative. Unfortunately, I can't support it for a few reasons, and I read out a minute ago some of the organisations that have got grants, and when I look at them, and I've just quickly gone off this page where there's 18 grant applicants and recommended grants for those applicants. Just quickly, I've counted up to 7 that refer to Otway or the Great Ocean Road. I haven't included every organisation outside Colac as well. So certainly 7 out of 18 is nearly 50%, and I find it difficult to how the CEO would manage this. If you take out the first come first serve basis, at what point do staff via the CEO make a call about when to allocate a grant? I haven't seen any evidence that the coast faces greater challenges as some of the other areas in the Shire. I do agree that there are difficulties perhaps around DWALP and other government bodies getting permissions for that or this or that, but that does apply to other areas in the Shire as well. And I'm not sure what a more even distribution of remaining grants across the Shire looks like. If there's 10 grants put in and they're all from Colac, do they then get knocked back because that's not an even distribution across the Shire? Are people down the coast going to miss out because there's 3 organisations the coast put in for grants, but only one at Cressy? So but there's only a couple of grants to be divided up. I just don't know how this will work. I understand what Councillor Costin's trying to do is support coastal area, of course, but I just think this is a bit unfair to the remainder of the Shire, and I don't think it's workable. And I don't think the figures are accurate.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Well, I just want to quickly say that I do feel like I get uncomfortable. Well, for starters, I really love the grants program. It's it's great, and one of the best things about being a councillor is all the different people that you get to meet, all the community groups. And one thing I have realised that some community groups are very sophisticated, and then others aren't. And I think to sort of label one area as they're facing challenges without sort of realising the challenges that people across the whole community face, I just feel is really unfair when it comes to grant writing. Now, there could be lots of reasons why some people might not apply for grants. Who knows? It could be the coast. You get lots of well-off people coming down over the summer. It's easy to raise money. They might not have to apply for grants. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the case. I just don't know. I mean, the grants program is a fantastic program. It's one of the best things that we get to do as councillors is to hand out grant money. But to sort of decide that one section of the community is sort of facing more difficult challenges than others, I just think it's a bit unfair and difficult for me to support. Councillor Hart, you reserved?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think the issue that Councillor Costin has identified is a valid concern. He spoke about the different land management issues when you're trying to do something that might be on dwelt land and coordinating those sorts of approvals with the deadlines for the grants. I don't see the problem with this. This means it excludes other applicants. It ultimately has a deadline date of 30th of April 2022. So I'm sure that if this went to the CEO of the day, that the CEO would probably come up with a framework to implement this resolution. But I think it's important that we should acknowledge the disproportionate allocation of grants, but at the same time, I accept that that reflects the applications that have been lodged. We should try to assist with these barriers, and I'll be supporting this resolution for that reason. And I am aware that there are some applications that have been lodged that were rejected from the coastal area. So maybe they need to be reconsidered too.
Councillor Costin, you provide a reply.
Thanks, Mayor. Just imagine for a moment if the Grants Commission distributed their grants on a first-come, first-served basis. We'd be all up there on the doorstep on the last day trying to get our grant through. They don't do it on a first-come, first-served basis because they see that would be unfair. And we need to think about that in our own grants program. We don't have guidelines at the moment for fairness across the regional area. I may be wrong there may have been mention of it, but it certainly hasn't over the last 3 years, and I've been raising this for 3 years. The coast has missed out, and I'm talking about the coast. I'm not talking about the Otway coast. I'm talking about the coastal strip along the Great Ocean Road that contributes, that has about a third of our population and ratepayer base, or rate base also. So it can't be first come, first served. And the words I've used are have regard to, so they're not binding. It's just giving the CEO some guidance on what we think that he should consider when he comes to allocate those grants. Some additional guidance there. It's a great program, tremendous program, and I hear the Mayor saying it's the best thing that we can do is give away grants to our ratepayers. Sure, I want it to be, I'm keen to see more of our grants go down to the coast. I think that's only fair, but it's a great program, and look, I just don't understand why only around 10% of the grants are flowing to the coast at the moment. It says to me there's something not right, And if we don't address it here, we need to look at it next year in the grant guidelines.
Councillors, we have an alternative recommendation before us. All those in favour? All those against? The item is lost 2-5. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Is there a mover for recommendation 6? Councillor Potter. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bell. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter is the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't really speak to this. I'll support this. I think this is the way we have been doing it. I'm pleased that if a grant program's undersubscribed, that we continue to provide the money to make them available to groups to reapply or come up with other projects, and I trust staff and the CEO to handle those applications appropriately.
Councillor McCracken is the seconder? No, Councillor Bell is the seconder.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be pretty quick as well. I agree with Councillor Potter. I think this is a good outcome with what we've got here. Also wanted to highlight what Councillor Costin referred to with his alternative motion. I agree that there is certainly perceived, if not actual, shortfall in the funds down to the coast, and I think that's something that we probably do need to look at. I wasn't 100% comfortable with the wording of your motion, but however, I do acknowledge your concern. So comfortable, and will support this particular motion in front of us now.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor White.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge that communities do have certain challenges, but I think all communities have certain challenges, and maybe it's something we can look at building into the guidelines over the next while. First come, first serve, I agree that is something we probably should look at into the future, but in terms of moving this along and getting it happening, I think that's what we need to do. In terms of a more even distribution, yeah, that's really important, and we need to understand a sort of a matrix of where the funding's going, and supporting people in those communities to make sure that everybody gets a fair and equitable chance at getting the grants. Thank you.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, would you like a break now? We'll come back at, well, do you want to have 5 or 10 minutes? 5 minutes. 7.5.
head around. Still getting the hang of the nuances of it all.
Oh.
Councillors, now we move to item 10.6, the Forest Caravan Park expression of interest. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm really just flagging I've got an alternative when you're ready.
Are there any other questions of officers? Any questions? Councillor Hart, you have an alternative motion. It is up on the screen, I think. No?
Yes, I don't think it's up on the...
Oh, yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. I'll move that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, sorry.
Is it to be seconded? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart as the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to acknowledge the current lessee, especially with the continued operations during the COVID situation has made that very awkward for that business, as it has for other businesses throughout the Shire. I think it's the responsibility of council to get the best possible outcome, however, when this does come up for lease. And that may mean improvements to the particular caravan park and facilities, and we need to balance what the financial return is compared to the importance of having a facility that can be a great facility for the future and the future of forest. The change I've done in the resolution is simply making it clear that whilst council suggests that the lease will be for 20 years, council will consider other options. It was in the lease already, but I just want to put those two items together. It was in a different page, so that it's quite apparent that the 20 years is just a suggestion. And we'll look at all options because this is an expression of interest as distinct from a tender. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Potter, it's the seconder.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was pleased to second this. I think what Councillor Hart was trying to do was, as he said, this EOI document to put on the front page and clarify it, and it really does tidy it up and makes it clear to the people reading it. I'm looking forward to the outcome of this process. I want to thank the way staff have communicated with the local community in Forest, and I want to thank the community for the nature and in-depth submissions to council and their opinions that have been given about the caravan park. There are some physical challenges there with the nature of the buildings and sewerage. I hope that we can maintain a bit of character about the path and the park, and not overprice it and force some people out, or prevent some people who normally stay there from being able to stay there. But again, thanks for the community for their input, and again, staff, I think you did a really, really good job of your consultation, and I really enjoyed being able to read verbatim comments and all the rest of it. I thought that was a well laid out document. Thank you.
Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd also like to thank staff for the preparation of this document. It's a good document, and this small amendment makes it even better. And particularly thank officers for putting in some of the suggestions along the way, the upper limit on the number of people who can reside there based on the capacity of the sewage treatment plant. The fact that we've requested the whoever the submitters to look to provide I'm not sure how to word this, to actually include a plan to do arborist assessment on the trees so that we have covered that safety issue. There's been a particular problem along the coast near Apollo Bay with the cypress trees for some time, and potentially a problem in the campground. So I'm also excited to see what comes out of the expression of interest process. Places like Forest are booming around the state at the moment. up along the east coast, down in Tasmania. Derby in particular is another example, and it'll be very interesting to see what comes out of this process. It looks good at this time. Thank you.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item is carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.7, Road Management Plan Review. Do councillors have any questions of officers? No. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCracken. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Costin. Is it to be opposed? Councillor McCracken is the mover. No. Councillor Costin is the seconder. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.8, the policy review, draft communications policy. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've got an alternative resolution which has a different point one, and I know that the officers have seen it, so I just wonder if they have any concerns with that change to the draft policy.
Through you, Mayor, no, we don't have any changes with that.
Are there any other questions of officers? Councillor Hart, you have an alternative motion. You have to move it. Is it to be seconded? Councillor McCracken, is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart is the mover.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. To some extent, this is probably just some fine-tuning, if I can call it that. One of the policies that we're about to revoke is the social media policy, and it had a provision that, in a sense, made it clear that councillors could still use their personal social media accounts provided they adhere to the code of conduct. And that had got lost had we just proceeded with the original proposal, and this simply reinstates that, if you like, so it's clear that councillors still have a right to make comments on their various social media accounts, providing, of course, they adhere to the code of conduct requirements.
Councillor McCracken as the seconder.
Thanks. I just think anything that restricts the ability of a councillor to say what they think or how they vote on a particular matter is a bad thing, and so this sort of makes that crystal clear that that is not the case. And also too, it's probably just good practice to have everything in one document and as opposed to being across multiple documents that relate to one particular matter, so I support it.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.9, policy review, acquisition and disposal of council property. Oh, that's funny. We should have had them in opposite order. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I got an alternative on this one too. I mean, I didn't get to go to Canberra, so I had to write alternative motions all day. And my question, I know the officers are aware of the alternative. Do they have any concerns with it? It's basically a preliminary procedure for looking at properties without going for the full report.
Through the Mayor, no, we don't have any concerns.
Are there any other questions of officers? Councillor Hart, you have an alternative motion. You have to move. Is it to be seconded? Councillor McCracken, is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart as the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to be brief on this. Essentially, we've spoken at different times about the possibility of whether some council land might be appropriate to sell. This change just puts in a preliminary discussion where we would get very basic information without incurring the cost of a certified valuer, so that we could at least have initial consideration and would only go ahead with a full report, which is outlined in provision 5 of the draft policy, and would involve a certified valuer if it's at least got to a stage where, after a preliminary discussion, we've decided that we may be interested in selling the property. Some properties, you'll have this preliminary discussion and you'll realise straight away that that's not practical and it's a very important property.
McCracken is a seconder.
Yep, I'm happy to support this, and I think that preliminary sort of discussion does sort of tie in quite well with maybe the process that we previously passed tonight, which is about property and land that council owns. So I think having this extra information certainly doesn't harm the situation.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0.
7-0.
Thanks, Maddie, for coming in. Councillors, now we move to item 10.10, Procurement Policy version 3.4. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The draft policy that was attached to the agenda and now this alternative recommendation talks about a process when you might accept late tenders or tenders beyond the closing date. Has council accepted any late tenders since 1st of January 2020?
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Hart. Yes, there was circumstances where during the waste tender a tender was accepted.
Thanks. Mayor, well, my question then would be, what is the difference in this procedure, this proposed procedure, compared to what occurred in relation to that late tender? For example, this procedure talks about contacting all invitees and it's a process, I understand, that will be decided by the CEO. So I'm looking for what's new in this compared to what council did when considering the late tender that you've just mentioned.
Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. Significant changes. One of them is that the CEO would make the decision. There's been a definition put around the exceptional circumstances. It's been made very specific what those exceptional circumstances are, enabling the CEO to accept a late tender. The advice to councillors regarding the acceptance of a late tender, So then the determination by the CEO, the decision to extend not just the time for the tender that was late, but to advise all the tender submissions that a late tender, that the time will be extended, tender time will be extended, and the reason for doing that, and that they are welcome to resubmit if they wish. If they don't wish to resubmit, then their original tender will be accepted. So there's significant extra steps and controls in place. Previously, essentially, the General Manager of Corporate Services was contacted and given the circumstances and could make the decision.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. And if this recommendation gets through, the procedures that you've briefly outlined, that in the new policy or the new procedural arrangement, will be available, so anyone in the public who might be interested will be aware of what that process is. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, correct. That's been added to the bottom of the resolution. My intention would also be to include it in tender documents.
Are there any other questions of officers? Councillors, we have a revised officer recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Councillor Potter, do I have a seconder? Councillor Costin, is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter as the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to move this revised recommendation, and I thank officers for their work on this, and in particular the work they've undertaken with Councillor Hart. We have previously workshopped this policy to get it to where it is now, but I think the way it's been tidied up in relation to tenders that are late and the definition around exceptional circumstances is important. I was really happy to see that included. Tender processes have to be squeaky clean. They have to be clear, and we have to protect staff and submitters against poor practice, corruption, and if we're questioned, we've got something to hang our hat on, and I think this does that. I know it's taken staff and Councillor Hart in particular a while to get to this point and to nut this out, but this little change was important to me as well, and thanks to everyone for their work on this. If this is supported, we can put this to bed, but we can be assured that recommendations by the auditor has been included, and our processes will withstand scrutiny.
Councillor Costin as the seconder. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Mayor. I did have some concerns, and I still have some reservations about accepting late tenders. I note that the best practice guidelines from Local Government Victoria suggest, on the one hand, that late tenders should not be accepted, but if they are, that the processes be outlined in the procurement policy. And while technically this won't be in the policy, it'll be in a procedure. The procedure will be available to the public. So whilst I still have some reservations, I will be supporting this particular policy and procedure, because there are a number of other improvements, and the process for potentially accepting a late tender is a much improved process, particularly with the CEO having responsibility for that decision, and for councillors having to be informed at the time the decision is being made, not when they receive a tender perhaps to assess in a council meeting perhaps many months later. But there are some other improvements in the policy which perhaps have got lost, and partly that might be my fault because I've been focusing on the late tender issue. And some of those other improvements are that councillors will see the scope and specifications of contracts and can be involved in developing scope and specifications for contracts or for tenders. That was particularly an issue around the hard waste component of the waste tender last year and has still not been entirely resolved. We don't provide a hard waste service yet, so that's still ongoing. But that's an improvement in this particular policy. There's also an extra provision in this policy that the acceptance of alternative proposals may be considered. So I've been concerned in the past that council's had a very black and white rule something out because it doesn't quite conform with a particular tender specification, yet I think there should be at least enough of a look at these tenders to see whether they meet the objectives of council on a particular matter without just having a red pen that rules something out, black and white, without any consideration at all. And I think there will be some flexibility for the better in this policy.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.11, update Section 5, Instrument of Delegation, Council to CEO. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. I just flag I do have an alternative on this, but there was also to be an extra line that was suggested by another councillor. So may I just ask that we can be clear on how that alternative has ended up in the draft? When you're ready, Mayor, I'm happy to move that.
Are there any further questions of officers? No, Councillor Hart, you've moved an alternate motion.
Yes, Mayor. I guess I'll focus on the differences from the officer recommendation. I mean, this is one of the most important things we do as councillors, which is to award delegations to the CEO of the day to make various decisions without having to come to council.
Hang on, I think we just haven't got a seconder. That's all.
No.
Sorry. No, go, Councillor Costin. Off you go, Councillor Hart.
So do we start again from zero? Oh, I do. So the key differences, Mayor, firstly, I think when there's a vacancy in the CEO's position, and as distinct from when the CEO is absent, and there'll be a vacancy soon in the CEO's position from when Mr Brown leaves at the end of July and Ms Howard starts in, I think it's the 16th of August. The councillor should be the one that appoints someone to fill in when there is a vacancy. I fully accept that if we have a CEO, they go away on a week's holiday, they put someone in that position for a week, but this is when there's an actual vacancy in the position. So that's the first change. The other issue is one that's been raised about legal proceedings and whether they should be approved by council as distinct from the CEO, but I'm aware that that's a complex issue because some legal proceedings are more complicated and costly and involved than others, and so that last clause in this motion, 1.3, requests a report on that rather than changing the delegation to the CEO on that issue at the moment. So in other words, just flagging to management that we want to tease out how that may operate or whether there should be any change. So they're the key changes. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Costin, seconder.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to see 1.3 in there. I have concerns about delegation of our power to initiate court proceedings against someone in our community or visitors to our region, particularly where that has the impact to the potential to impact on our reputation or on our finances or on our operations. So I look forward to a future report on this to see how that might be managed. Thank you.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. That's 2.11. Councillors, now we move to item 10.12, update section 6, instrument of delegation, council to council staff. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. The draft delegation, or the delegation we've been asked to approve, removes planning applications coming to us if car parking spaces are being waived. So my question is, does that mean that council will just approve all those, or is there some sort of process to look at those? Does the fact that they don't come to councillors mean that they're just all going to be rubber stamped?
Through you, Mayor. No. So there is a process that officers do go through, and we've got parking strategies to help us make those decisions. I guess something that's important to point out, that if there are 4 or more objections, that means the application would still come to the planning committee. So if there are objections, whether around parking or not, they would still come to planning committee.
Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. And parking in some areas is more of a problem than others. Is there any contribution if parking's waived?
Through the Mayor, yes there is, particularly for Apollo Bay, because we've got a good sense of the parking issues down there. So if parking is waived, there's a contribution per parking spot.
Do councillors have any other questions of officers? Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McCracken. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart as the mover.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I am going to speak on this briefly. If delegations to CEOs are important, then delegations to staff are almost, or probably just as important. I think it was a valid point that Mr Surin made, that in relation to the waiving of car parking spots, it doesn't mean that these will just be done automatically. It simply means the decision will be made by council officers, although if there's 4 objections or more, it will still come to a council planning committee. And if spots are waived, there's strategies that outline how that's handled, and in Apollo Bay, a payment has to be made. So that's one improvement, and will actually may make it a bit quicker for those sorts of applications to be processed. There's another change in there. If someone applies to build a house on farm zone land and it's going to be refused, it will still come to councillors. That's been, I think this council and previous council may have approved perhaps 5 applications like that, and that will still come to council. However, the one which did go to VCAT and council law's decision was not upheld, was on excisions. So that's another change to this, that the ones on excisions will now be made by officers on delegation. So there are a couple of changes. I don't think I've picked up any major changes, except perhaps changes of act names or something. I hope I haven't, but time will tell. I have gone through it. As I said, I've didn't go to Canberra, so I've had plenty of time.
Councillor McCracken as the seconder. No. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Councillors, now we move to item 10.13, notice of motion, key and essential worker housing crisis. Councillor Costin, this is your notice of motion. I think... Do councillors have any questions of Councillor Costin or... Yep.
Just looking through your motion there, Graham, and do you want to... So point 6 there, within 3 months, might it be an idea to have an actual date there as opposed to... See how you've got directs the Chief Executive to present it within 3 months? I don't know if you want to keep it that or a certain date, like at a certain council meeting, as opposed to just 3 months. I don't know, it's just...
Through you, Mayor, it is more specific and gives a very clear guide to what you're looking for. So I suggest that would be the October or September-October meeting.
Are there any other questions? All right. Councillor Costin as the mover. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Hart. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin as the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. I've provided a lot of detail in the motion itself that you have before you, but I'll just run through some of it quickly. I'm sure we're all aware of the increasing concerns that many of our businesses, many of the Colac Otway Shire businesses, are suffering because of staff shortages due to lack of worker housing. Our Colac's large employer group have told us they're looking for 200 or more workers, including professional level workers who can't find appropriate accommodation, affordable accommodation. The Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce conducted a survey recently and revealed a staggering result that businesses would employ an additional 100 permanent, 80 casual and even more staggering 175 seasonal workers if they weren't constrained by affordable housing. Many of the affected businesses are suffering from the worker shortage, are operating on restricted hours, and some are even forced to close for days at a time. Most of these vacant positions can't be sourced from the existing job seeker pool. They just don't have the skills or the motivation or even the housing needed. The lack of affordable housing is having a major impact on food and accommodation industries along the coast. Qualified chefs are hard to find. Some are even travelling from Geelong and driving back late at night. Some accommodation businesses can't get their rooms ready for overnight guests because they can't find enough experienced cleaners. Seasonal workers can't find affordable accommodation during the holiday periods because they're full of holiday makers and they're paying a higher rate than the seasonal workers can afford. Some small business owners are even finding it difficult to find secure, affordable accommodation for themselves. There's one small business owner I'm aware of who's suffered badly from COVID lockdowns, from having a fire next door, and now doesn't know where she's going to live in August because her lease runs out on the property she's got. She's likely to be in a position where she gets a few months' accommodation and will have to move out at Christmas. The shortage and the lack of qualified chefs, the concerns of business operators, the impact on their mental, physical well-being, has great potential to put our reputation as a high-quality visitor destination at risk. But perhaps even more concerning are the reports that the shortage of affordable housing is impacting on our community services. It constrains the recruitment of local doctors, nurses, ambulance officers, pharmacists, teachers, police, bank managers, administrators, and other professionals and their families. And I have little doubt that lack of affordable housing is impacting on the top three attributes of livability. That is community safety, affordable housing and quality health services. So affordable housing is central to those other two. The shortage of affordable housing has already caused a decrease in the representation of young families living along the coast. They just can't find housing that they can afford to move to the coast. This low representation of young families impacts on our schools, our sports clubs, our community-based service organisations, even on council's asset management committees to run our halls. We lack volunteers, young enthusiastic volunteers to run events, and importantly, the lack of young families impacts on the intergenerational care of young children and elderly parents and those with disabilities. We really need to find a solution to this affordable housing issue and increase our permanent population. So I'm proposing this notice of motion for two reasons. One is to highlight to our external stakeholders that Colac Otway Shire is facing a severe shortage of safe, secure and affordable housing. We don't want the affordable housing shortage to be overlooked as an increasing number of other municipalities like Surf Coast, Tweed Shire, Byron Bay declare a housing crisis. We don't want to be left behind. And I'm declaring that the second reason is to focus our staff, especially those in our community development area, our planning areas and our economic development staff, on the need to address this housing challenge sooner rather than later. This is not something that will be solved by business as usual. We need to break out of our default position, our business as usual approach. We need to lobby more strongly, think more innovatively and partner more closely with our other stakeholders, our businesses, GORA and our communities to address this housing shortage. Thank you.
Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Yeah, I'll reserve, Mayor.
Councillor Potter, supposer.
Yeah, thank you. And it may be just for discussion, Mayor. I'll think about it after I've listened to other councillors. Look, I support a lot of what is in here. I don't like the first line much, to be honest with you, and it's been well documented in this Shire and well broadcast outside the Shire of the issues that we have with key and essential worker housing in, or lack of, in Colac Otway Shire. I don't know what's changed in a month, but a month ago when we were discussing the Bruce Street site for sale, councillors had an opportunity to include that the EOI process should have a percentage of accommodation available for key and essential workers, and just walked away from that and didn't even include it. The Polar Bay has been decimated through COVID, of course, and that has prevented the normal seasonal workers that may come to the town to work from coming here. And it is very, very true and clear that should they turn up in a Polar Bay for accommodation, they may struggle to find that. There's no doubt about that, and I support 100% what Councillor Costin says about that. My concerns with this is that it is coastal centric, which is fair enough, because whilst Colac and Apollo Bay have similar problems, they are different problems. I understand that. What concerns me about this more is the impost this puts on Shire to solve a problem that Shire is not equipped to solve. And directing the Chief Executive to a range of achievable and resourced actions to mitigate a coastal worker housing shortage. What does that mean? Do we have to build some bungalows? Do we have to supply tiny houses? We've just passed the budget. We're telling the organisation to make savings, but here we are telling them we'll find some houses for coastal workers. We're not landlords, and I think we should facilitate private, and if we can get some government, state or federal government funding, we should facilitate some housing options through our planning process and our advocacy, but I don't think it should be up to Shire to resource accommodation for the workers. I'm not sure where the Australian Coastal Councils Association fits into this strategy, but I'll accept that it does, and it's important to be a member of it, although I haven't heard why.
Time, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Can I just make a point, Mayor? That I've heard some statistics tonight that I haven't seen, and I'd love to have more information about some of the things that have been happening.
Does Councillor McCracken?
More of a question to you, Councillor Costin. Would you be prepared to split item 1 off and have them voted on separately? Because I'm a bit in the same vein as Councillor Potter. I would like to support maybe points 2 and the rest and have point 1 voted on separately. Is that something that you'd consider? No? Okay.
Councillor McCracken, do you wish to speak on the item?
Well, I was just asking that question of Councillor Costin. That was my...
Does any other councillor wish to speak? You're the seconder. Oh, Councillor White.
Look, I think this is really a worthy notice of motion. We've just been to Canberra and we've heard right across the nation what a challenge housing is, and to actually declare it and put it out there and send that message loud and clear, I think is really important, and to align with other parts of the region, parts of the country, to give strength to the negotiations that need to happen, that need to get some action to get things changed. I am a little bit concerned about a range of achievable and resource actions to mitigate and you know, setting up something that may not be achievable. I do have some concerns about that, but in general, I accept the concept of the notice of motion, and I think it is really time that we put it out there and gave it strength and priority and focus. And I think we are, but I think this will really give it strength. And I guess having heard in Canberra what we heard, and it's a real issue right across the nation. So I think it's, in general, I support the notice of motion.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Well, I'll just speak on it because it is an important notice of motion. While we do know we do have a serious housing problem in the whole Shire, while in general terms I don't have a particular problem with Councillor Costin's notice of motion, but I do have concerns around that point 6 because we don't really know what that is, whereas point 7 directs the Chief Executive Officer to report to Council on the benefits and costs of becoming a member of the Australian Coastal Councils Association. So we'll report on the costs of that. yet we really don't know what costs are attached to point 6. That could be, it's, because it's so unknown, I don't really, I find that one difficult to support. But there's no doubt we have a housing problem, and that it's going to actually not just be councils. Council won't be able to solve it by themselves, and it'll be part of the community to solve as well, because the community might have to get used to different types of housing in their neighbourhood, and that might be really difficult for some communities to cope with. More dense housing, whether it's guest house or whatever it might be, it's going to be it's going to be a challenge for everybody, not just council to solve, but really the entire community. Councillor Hart is the seconder.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Costin, for bringing this notice of motion to the council meeting. I think Councillor Costin outlined the issue very well, and so did Councillor White. I will be supporting this resolution. I think it's such an important issue, but I do acknowledge I do have some of the concerns that have been raised about some of the points. I think it's a shame if this will get lost because of just some degrees of difference on this issue. If it was my resolution, I'd be flagging that if it's defeated, that I'd be moving it again, perhaps with some fine tuning, but it's not. So I'll just give my vote of support.
Councillor Costin, you have a right of reply.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think the interpretation that's been made of point 6 there is not quite right. This is asking the Chief Executive to work with other stakeholders, with GORA, with local task force. There's a task force being set up in Apollo Bay with others to identify a range of options that can be implemented in time for summer. It doesn't mean to imply that the Shire will pay for them or resource them. It means they just need to be resourced actions so that they happen. GORA might provide the resources. Local businesses themselves might provide the resources. That's where that's coming from. So I'm happy to change the wording of that one if you think it needs to be changed, but that's the intent of it. There's no intent at all that council will put funds towards it. Council has the role of leading a solution. So really, it's what I'm trying to do is provide a clear direction here. Providing a clear direction is a fundamental management principle. By passing this motion, we're making it very, very clear to federal and state governments, to G21, to the Great Ocean Road Coast Authority, to our communities and to our staff, that ensuring there is an adequate supply of safe, affordable housing is a very, very high priority for our council.
Councillor Hart?
Yeah, Mayor, look, it's getting to the end of the night, so I'll throw this in. I'd like to move that we have a short adjournment, because I'm hearing from the mover that he might want to fine-tune the resolution. We could have an adjournment for however long it takes.
Yes, are you willing? Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, councillors. Are you having a council meeting within a council meeting? Okay, councillors.
Councillors?
Councillors.
The Mayor's called you to attention.
I think Councillor Costin, you've made... can you just spell out the changes you've made?
The only change is in paragraph 6 there, where it's made it clear and doesn't include the resource to prevent misinterpretation that we're looking for council resources there. It asks the Chief Executive to work with the federal and state governments, G21, GORA, our community stakeholders, and our community stakeholders to identify a range of actions to mitigate a coastal worker housing shortage over the coming summer period and present a report to the September council meeting.
Yeah. So you want some leadership?
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, I think I seconded this one and I'm happy with that change.
Okay, councillors, I'll now call for a vote. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? All those against? The item is carried 6-1. Division's been called. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor White, Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor Bell, Councillor Hanson. All those against? Councillor McCracken. Now we move to item 10.14, report of informal meetings of councillors. Please note that this item is to report the informal meetings of councillors and does not require a council decision. Councillors, I understand there is an item of urgent business. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to move... have we got something up there? Yes. Wow. This is very good. Well done, everyone. That council resolves that the matter of appointing an acting CEO for the period 31 July 2021 to 15th of August 2021 inclusive meets the criteria for urgent business and cannot conveniently be deferred until the next meeting. Do you want me to say why it meets the criteria in my view, Mayor? Or do I get an opportunity to, because someone might not want to second it till they know why.
Yeah, we can do that in debate. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart.
I'll try to be brief. So the fact that we appointed Ms Howard to be the new CEO, that's been announced. And the fact that she's not available to start until I think it's the 16th of August has only become apparent after the agenda was prepared. And whilst technically we could probably consider the issue at the July meeting, I don't think that's reasonable because it would mean that whoever's appointed to the CEO and the possible handover and possible planning for their section would have to be all resolved in a couple of days. So I don't think it can conveniently be deferred to the next council meeting.
Councillor Potter, is the seconder? No. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0.
So if it helps, Mayor, I would, and I'm happy to take some advice on this, this is great. Well done. I would move that we go in committee to discuss the appointment of an acting CEO for the period 31st of July to 15th of August inclusive. This matter deals with personal information, what it says on the screen, and the relevant section is 3-1F.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart? No. Councillor Potter? Does any other councillor wish to speak? No. I now call for a vote. All those in favour? The item's carried 7-0. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the open part of this month's council meeting. Thank you for your attendance and for joining us via the live stream. The meeting will now be closed to the public to allow council to go into closed session. I kindly ask that the public gallery now exit the council chamber and advise that the live stream will end now for this purpose. Thank you.